Can you just make us moderators so we can let people in who wants to attend to the meeting, or we want to wait until 9? Can you just make us moderators so we can let people in who wants to attend to the meeting, or we want to wait until 9? Can you just make us moderators so we can let
How do I turn the audio? Say.
Hello?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
There?
Hey, hi, Michele. Hi, Marcelo.
There.
In YouTube, you have to turn the audio off.
That's a sound.
Hey, hi, Michele. Hi, Marcelo.
There.
In YouTube, you have to turn the audio off.
That's a sound.
Hey, hi.
There. Sound.
Hello, Sonyan. Good morning or good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I had a horrible
Yes.
sound
Hello,
feedback.
Sonyan. Good morning or good afternoon.
Hello.
Good morning to you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, we can hear
I
you.
had a horrible
Yes.
sound
Hello,
feedback.
Sonyan. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning to you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Morning or good afternoon.
Good morning to you.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Morning or good afternoon.
Good morning to you. Yes, we can hear you.
Morning or good afternoon.
Good morning to you. Yes, we can hear you. Morning to you. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear now? Oh my. I had way too many things going on here, like the YouTube on both computers. I'm like, which microphone is turned on, which one is off? So I think now we're good. So Wei Ling is here. I will admit her. So do you have anything to discuss before she comes in?
Yeah, one thing I would like to ask, do you want me to moderate the session with Jesus? Is that okay for you? I know him a bit better now. I had some contact with him the recent couple of days.
Yeah, sure, no problems. I mean, just moderate anything you want, and whenever you guys don't want to do something, I can jump in. So I guess this is a good strategy. The whole point is trying to figure out how can I disappear and it still runs nicely. And if something goes wrong, I'm here and I can take care of it. But we're trying to make it as independent as possible.
Yeah.
How many participants are we having today?
I'm not expecting many people at all. In fact, I didn't have many registrations from Singapore, which is a bit embarrassing. Any of your friends confirmed?
No, they all have exam next week.
It's exam week, that's why.
Ah, well, you see, that's a good point. So what happened there is that I started promoting it to more senior people, as in very important emails like ambassadors and so on. This takes really a long time. The typical path of an embassy request is that you send it to the ambassador, your excellency, your honor, and all that, and then the ambassador may not even see it, right? It goes to someone who is the first secretary, second secretary, and then they go like, oh yes, this makes sense. They casually check to ambassadors like, do you support this? And then if the answer is yes, then someone, in the case of Algeria, was the responsible for cultural affairs, to say, we support it and let us know more. So the whole thing is playing ping pong, right, back and forth, and it takes days, if not weeks. So I started this process a week ago, and I'm hoping that we're going to be having more people from different countries joining for the next event, but this time we shouldn't have so many participants at all. I'm just concerned it's not so nice for the speakers. They're talking to Sun Yen today, right? So that's he's having a private session with Wei Ling. But even that, it's kind of okay because you're posting that online, and of course it's going to have much greater reach and everything else. It's just as in, if you can ask your friends to come and join whenever they have the time. Oh, Jessica's here. That's great.
So I think maybe I asked some other teenagers to join, but okay, they will have some like sort of instant registration. So how can you manage that? Do you want me to give them just directly the Zoom link? Because I may have one or the other I can ask to join.
Yeah, if you could, it'd be great. Just give them the Zoom link because you're not in a situation to do registrations. You don't have the time.
I will do it, yeah.
Oh, Marcelo.
Yeah.
In the case where we don't have like any participants other than me, or Jessica. Jessica is here, is it, today? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, so in a case where we don't have any participants other than me or Jessica, maybe you want to run it and ask them to run it as if they're talking. I mean, they're doing it like they're doing it for YouTube.
Yeah, oh, it is.
So they don't have to do it to like just me, because that would be pretty awkward when you post on YouTube. So
no,
yeah.
for sure. So and this is Wei Ling. She was here before. It's 9 o'clock now, so let's let them in. All right, so just do a quick introduction and ask her to give her a talk. All right, guys, so it starts recording now. 1, 2, 3, go. Hello. Wei Ling, can you hear us?
I think she's on mute.
Yeah. I think I can unmute her, but I don't know if she's ready to join. That's curious. I cannot unmute her. I'll check her on WhatsApp then. So she can hear us, but I cannot unmute her.
She can unmute herself as well, or she cannot.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's not her session right now. So the idea is to have the session with Sanyan and Suli and Jessica, right? So
gave her the permission to do that, because sometimes you have to, in the setting of the meeting, sometimes they change randomly. So in Zoom, you have to go to the web page. As an organizer, you can check that the participant can unmute themselves.
yeah, no, that's fine. As in, it's not her session. So we're Ling here, and she is now unmuted. It was just weird that I could not unmute her as the host, but now it seems to be working. But the session was basically Sanyan and Jessica are going to be doing the same they did the last time. So my suggestion.
Wait, which Jessica? Sorry, I'm getting confused.
So we had a session with Jessica that we did last time, and you said you're going to be.
Jessica Wu.
Yeah. So you said that Jessica would not be able to join us. So is that the case?
She said the last time I asked her, she said she's starting school again, so she couldn't join.
Yeah, and as you don't have Suli, so my suggestion is that you do a quick session yourself, talking about what you've been doing and what the activities that you have in Singapore going on at the moment, what are the plans, and then Wei Ling will be joining in 15 minutes, right? So you have 15 minutes to talk about your experience with Wei, for instance.
Now to Jessica.
It's on the plan, so you don't have Jessica, so it will be you doing the talk.
Okay. 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 Should I use the slides from? Because I didn't prepare anything with Jessica for this session.
Yeah, that's fine. You can literally, we're putting you in a hot spot. It's like, something went wrong. As in, we have this scenario where, oh no, the speaker didn't show up, and now Sanyan needs to take care of it. What would Sanyan?
Okay. Sure.
So you're now facing a crisis situation, like the speaker missed the flight, and you don't have any slides. You have to create a session out of whatever information you have at the moment. And the other speaker, Wei Ling, is here, but no, she's booked for 13 minutes from now. So you have to take care of the session as the co-host, and you have to decide very quickly what are you going to be telling to people. My suggestion is that you tell them how you got involved with Wei, how you heard about it, why we are now doing this program online, and what they can expect for the rest of the session. In the case of Singapore today, so it's another 3 hours and 45 minutes of programming, and then what they can expect for the rest of the weekend. But we're putting you in the hot seat now. You're in the hot spot. You're the co-host, and you have to take control of the session. What would you do?
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sanyan. I am in the planning committee for NeoWAY, and so sorry, I
Yeah.
So
Not
just
easy.
anything.
No need to stress. You're just live on YouTube.
Okay. I have no idea. Wait, I can't do this like on the spot.
Yeah, but this is how you learn how to do it. So let's say that I'm the moderator then. How did you hear about Wei, and what convinced you to fly half the way around the world to go to Switzerland to spend a week there?
Yeah, sure. Okay, let me try this again. Hi, my name is Sanyan. I'm in the planning committee with NeoWAY, and basically how I got into the planning committee of NeoWAY, I attended the Way Davos earlier this year, and it was held alongside the World Economic Forum, and we met a lot of interesting people. And I was invested in this program of learning and learning new things. So when Marcelo wanted to do away Singapore, um, I got involved because I live in Singapore. So I was interested to help Marcelo, but then the pandemic happened and everything went off the rails. So we thought of virtual way, and instead of just doing it for Singapore, we wanted to do it worldwide. So we're still we're doing NeoWAY once a month now, with 40 speakers every single month at the end of each week. Yeah, that's how I got involved in NeoWAY, and I think it's a great learning opportunity for me because at such a young age I have the opportunity to plan these online events, uh, which is a great learning. It's a great opportunity for me to learn and work with people too. So yeah, back to you, Marcelo.
Sunny, do you want to talk about the SOTA interview that you had yesterday? Just tell us the whole experience of applying to new school.
Okay. Yeah, so I am graduating from secondary school, and I have applied to SOTA, which is basically School of the Arts, Singapore School of the Arts, for year 5 and year 6, basically junior college, and for taking IB, and also I'm applying for the course film over there, and I basically had an interview yesterday where we basically had to make duplicate a film, and then we had to like make our own version of that film they showed us, plan the video, shoot the video, and edit the video all in 45 minutes. So that was part of the audition / interview, and then after that, once we upload, they would basically question us, and ask our thought processes after they watched our film, and ask us why we took these shots, why it was like this, why it was like that. They also they also asked us a few questions about the way the film that we submitted for the first round of the application. And yeah, it was my first time going to an interview for school. But yeah, that was a good experience for me too.
So, thanks for that, Sanya. And I'll just give you some feedback. How did it feel like to be thrown into the fire like this in front of everybody? Did you start breathing faster? Did you start getting anxious and nervous? You know, what are the emotions that you went through?
I don't know. I just wasn't prepared, and I don't like I don't like not being prepared. Yeah, I don't like not being prepared.
Life doesn't care what you like. Life is the whatever life is, right? So it is important for you to understand how we can cope with sudden changes. And everybody hates being put into a situation where they are in the limelight. Even actors that look so great on screen, they still feel very sick. And there's a story that John Lennon used to throw up right before going to stage every single time, or Paul McCartney, I don't know which from the Beatles, right? And the one thing that you have to keep in mind is that when you're working with media, things go wrong all the time, right? So you're going to have the actor saying that, oh, this light makes my face look strange. I refuse to go on stage. And you're the producer, and you have to convince the actor that, okay, we'll do the best to fix the light. For the moment, you have to go on stage. We will filter it out in a post-production, but please, we need to have you there right now. Or if the actor just disappeared, you as a producer and you want to work with media, so for you this is really, really important to learn from an early stage of your life. You just go there and you sing and dance and you come up with something that is going to be entertaining the audience. Now, the one thing that I would suggest, and this is from the experience that Luca had in Davos, when she was in a panel and she was being asked, tell us about why you're here. She was kind of more relaxed than when she was introducing herself. So when she was just given a microphone and saying, your turn to talk, she was completely lost. When someone asked, no, how did you end up in Davos on this panel? All of a sudden she was telling a story. She's saying, oh, my dad, when we went to Oman, he threw me on stage and I had to read the speech. And the change in the tone of the way she was expressing herself, from being very artificial and kind of fake, the tone of voice is not natural at all, to telling a story, and all of a sudden she's with friends. Like, oh yeah, I know, I went to Oman and it was great. We're doing this, and then my dad asked me to, and try to tell a story. This is a storytelling forum, right? So you're here to give value to others through your experiences. So it's irrelevant you're 15 years old. You've been to Davos, you were wrapped into blankets during an avalanche training, and then had a dog finding you under the snow. I mean, there's so many exciting things that happen. So you can always go back to those stories and try to basically figure out what are the things that I know that other people probably don't know, that they will probably find useful and relevant in their lives, right? So what have you learned from the avalanche training, giving that example again, that you think that others could benefit from? And all of a sudden you're telling stories, and because you're telling stories that you experience yourself, you won't be nervous. Like uh, the heartbeats, the anxiety of like, oh my god, I'm on the spotlight now, what should I say? Like, try to trick yourself into just sharing the story and pretending you're talking to friends. We are live on YouTube right now, this is absolutely true, just that no one is watching because we just posted the link, so the chances that you're going to have lots of people watching right now are exactly zero. But I wanted you to go through this huge pressure of you're live and there are millions of people and you have to take the decision. And you're the media producer who learned how to do that when you're 15 rather than when you're 30. So I hope that was useful. You there?
Thank you, Marcelo.
Yeah. So, and the other thing is, uh, try to check on the internet, YouTube videos and stuff, how to control anxiety. One of the things is make sure that you're breathing, right? And at some point in time, you just choked. And this is your body basically being afraid of being abandoned by your tribe, like your brain from 100,000 years ago is saying, oh, I'm responsible for the tribe, like everybody's looking at me, I cannot fail. And then your heart starts beating really fast, you stop breathing normally, and then you get even more nervous, and that's when you choke, right? This is basically uh, the past memory from many, many generations ago, that if you were abandoned by your tribe, you would not survive alone in the jungle. And this is why people get so nervous. They're afraid of something that they shouldn't be afraid of. It's easier said than done. I mean, I hate going on stage every single time, even though I've been to many stages in many different situations. But try to study a bit more the physiology, like what's happening with your body when you're getting super nervous under this kind of stress situation. But now I have to move on to Wei Ling. So she's starting in about 1 minute. And you as a co-host, you can do the introduction. You know Wei Ling, she was here the last time. And Wei Ling, basically what we're trying to do here, the Singapore session won't have many participants at all because they have exams next week. So try to give a talk to YouTube, right? We're live on YouTube. This session is going to be then edited and posted, and we're potentially going to have thousands of people watching this because we're building momentum, like promoting it to embassies, to schools, and lots of other people. So talk as if you're talking to YouTube, and if you want to ask any questions, you have Sanyan who's here. Also, Mark joined us from London. We do expect to have more participants joining us later on. But now, Sanyan, please introduce Wei Ling as if you're the host of the session right now, and you're the only host.
Okay, sure. Hello, Wei Ling. How should I start? So there are only 2 participants today. So I guess we could, you could just talk as if you're doing a YouTube video, like just introduce yourself, and then after that, just start off with your presentation.
Okay, so I'll be sharing screen later for my presentation. So I'll just do a quick introduction of myself. So I'm Wei Ling from Singapore, but I'll stay in Hong Kong for work. So before that, I was a law graduate and I was working in the startup world in a consultancy company. And then I did data science and machine learning, and now I'm going back into law. So today, my main crux of my talk is more on how do you find your goals and how do you work towards it? Because I think as young people, you kind of need to know what you're working for, what are you studying so hard for. So the bulk of my address would be, how do you manage this? What are the resources you need, and what are some of the dangers that you might have to take care when you're trying to strive towards your goals? So I'll just do a share screen now. Okay, can you guys see it? Do you guys see the screen? Okay, good. So yep, so how do you achieve your goals and what are the dangers that comes with it? Let's go. So I want everyone to know that you are young, but you have lots of resources that's available to you. It's either tangible or intangible. So when I say that it's tangible, it will be things like money, materials, and intangible will be more of like your influence, your time, your energy, your beliefs. So what do you believe in? How do you translate this intangible stuff into tangible stuff? And how do you translate that tangible stuff into intangible? For instance, if you're working on a project, the project becomes part of your resources or your tools, and you can use it to influence other people. And you can use it to build up your reputation, to build out your skills. So I think right now, you gotta think, even though you might not have much money, you might not have more influence, you have to think about what is needed. So if you're, say you want to be a doctor, so what are things you need? You need to study, you need to be, I guess, a certain level of intellectual, and you need to be passionate about helping people, passionate about your crafts. So when you're working, you're studying right now, that's your short-term goal to get good results. But for the long-term goal, you need to practice as a, like maybe a junior doctor, work your way up to be a surgeon. So I think it's really important that you keep thinking about what do you need, what do you have, and how do you proceed to the next part of your goals. And so we've been talking a bit about goals setting, and I think goals are something that can change. You might want to be a doctor today, but you might find out that you don't pass certain exams, you don't have the aptitude. So how do you change it? Is what you wanted is the goals that you set really necessary good for you or the people around you? So I've listed 5 simple questions to ask yourself. So the first would be what you want to achieve. So that would be, what is your dream? What is your passion? What is on your bucket list? And next would be, who can help you to achieve that? So I think it could be people around you, or it would be people you want to know who can help you. And sometimes it can be a bit fake because you aren't sure what you want, or you don't know where can you find help. So that would lead us to the way, what is the micro steps and the macro steps. So I consider anything that is less than a year to be a micro step, and anything that's more than 1 year to be a macro step. So I'm putting it at 5 years because, 10 years down the road, it's kind of hard to predict what's going to happen. So let's take that example about being a doctor. So you know that the micro step would be to get good results. And how do you get good results? So that would be to make good mind maps to help you study, or it would be to take out tuition lessons if you think that you're not catching up in schools. Or it could be just asking your seniors or teachers. So that's your micro step. And the macro step would be like, you want to get into medical school. That is a more macro step. And perhaps communicating with people, because as a doctor, you need that EQ, you need that people skills. So that would be your macro step. And you need to put those two. You can't have them like, I just want to do a micro step, or I just want to do a macro step. You need both of them to be able to reach your goals. Without that, it's really hard to actually stay on track. And last would be, what are the resources you need, which we have mentioned in the previous section of my talk. So having goals is really important, but I think what's more important, it would be being aware of what you need to do in order to reach that goal. So that includes changes that you need to make to your lifestyle. So you have to be prepared for a lot of things, like making a lifestyle change. You have to be prepared for criticisms, or even like character assassinations by people who might be jealous of you. And you need to be cautious about your words and actions, because that is going to affect your reputation and how people see you. And if you're not careful, that will also affect your chance in getting into a certain school, getting a certain job role. It might cost you your interviews. And also you need to know that your goals can change along the way, and you need to be able to recognize, like, this isn't working out, I'm gonna give up, I'm gonna go to something else where it's much better for me. And from there, you can decide who you want to network and who you want to reach out. But then again, if you're network, don't just network with people who you think can only be advantage to you, but you must be more sincere and really reach out to people because you have an interest in them. You think they can help you, but at the same time, I think you got to know that you got to give a bit of something back to the people. It need not be like money or power, but it's more like being able to mutually help them when you can, or it would be just being like a friendship, a pure friendship. And also the last would be an increased workload and stress level, because as you're moving up in your career ladder or even the education level, there's going to be increased stress level, increased workload that will be proportionately more when it comes to really intensive like subject course or work or career, like investment banking, medicine, law. These are things that would have a higher level of expectations and also career risk as compared to other industry. Yeah. And next. So giving up. So I think sometimes it's hard to accept, but we have to give up on our goals when we realize that it might take us, it might be too hard to persist in it. So giving up doesn't mean that you're a failure. It just means that you can succeed in something else. So I think you have to recognize these 6 points before you give up. So if you don't have the resources, if it makes you too unhappy, you're too upset, too stressed, or that affects your health and also the relationship with people around you. And also if it costs you financially, physically, or mentally, and to the point that it's really toxic or unhealthy, that's when you need to know that you can't continue with this. And also if it endangers your safety and other people's safety. So when you actually achieve your goals, you have to, so that's another milestone that you have reached. And with each milestone, you have to think about what is the next milestone you want to do. So do you want to expand your goals horizontally or vertically? So what I mean by vertically is, say you got into medical school, so you want to go to being a junior doctor, then a surgeon. So that's like vertically up. So horizontally would be industries that is not directly related. So you could say, I want to be a doctor. I am a doctor. So now perhaps you're interested in educating other people. So you could be like a professor in medicine, or you could do something that's completely different. Like you want to do a health tech startup to help with people's health. So then you have to consider, are you ready? And do you want to move on to a different vertical? So that's a bit harder because if you have never really expanded on that area, you would have to start all the way from scratch. And that would involves a lot of time in knowing like the subject matter or the industry. And also you could think whether you want to take a break. For some people who are workaholics like me, like I just want to keep like working on my pet projects. But sometimes it's good to breathe a little, to relax. I think the most important question of all is whether you're happy or contented with what you have. Because a lot of people have spent their lives working to where they are, and they realize that that really wasn't what they want. Like they want to be a doctor, and when they got there, they realized they have to be on call. They need to deal with a lot of sick people, they get depressed. So that's something you need to evaluate, because if you burn out now, it's really hard to recover or even rekindle that passion you have for your dreams in the first place. So I think pretty much that is the gist of my talk. And I think for goals, I think it's something that is very, very volatile to me. Like my goals was always changing. I was always pivoting according to what my interest was. Like I mentioned in my introduction that I was in law, then I went into startup, then I'm in law again. But for me, it was more like I was really interested. So I took some time out to figure out what was my interest. And I was doing like other stuff, like art, I was doing translation, I was doing photography as like the horizontal expansion of my goals. But at the end of the day, it was my interest. I was happy. So other people might criticize and be like, you know, you're so all over the place, you're so haphazard. But to me, I was like, I'm happy. I'm interested in what I was doing. I could like continue with it without feeling too stressed or too burnt out. So I think as young people, you have to constantly just keep questioning yourself, keep reflecting on every step that you do, whether this is really what you want. Do you see yourself doing it in the short term and the long term? So yeah, that's the whole of my talk. If you have any questions, you can write it to me. You could ask me.
So thanks, Willing. So, can you tell us a bit more in terms of how you heard about Wisdom Accelerator and what is your experience presenting here? That would be very useful to promote to other speakers as well.
Okay, yeah. So I know about the Wisdom Accelerator through yourself, Marcelo. So Marcelo actually wrote to me on LinkedIn, and he told me about this organization he has, and he was looking for speakers. So I had a look at it, and I thought it was really good because I had my own startup doing education. It's called HS, and we do a lot of educational talks and also programs for young people. And I gave a previous talk. So what did I give? I gave on how do you find out about anything. So my talk was, I think my talk was about how do you reach a certain like success and how do you go about achieving. It's quite similar to this talk, but it was just a bit different. And I think my experience with it is that it was really good because during that talk, there was a small group of attendees and we could really engage with them. And I really think that lots of people are quite willing to learn from the speakers, not just with us, but also with other, just in general, people who are older than them. And that's really heartening to see that. And I think it's definitely worth looking through the different listening and also reading through the experience of the other speakers, because you're literally getting like 20, 30 years of content into like a 20 minutes short talk, and you could really learn about what are the mistakes that people made, how do you avoid that, and what are the little things that you could learn in order to apply to your life to ensure that you're reaching towards your goals. So that was really good.
And would you say that this is also beneficial for speakers, especially the ones from older generations, where they're learning how to communicate to the younger generations? Because the one thing that I realized in my career is that I never get to talk to really young people. I never had to, but it's a skill that is very powerful, and how to communicate without using complicated words and jargon and difficult concepts. I mean, is this something that you feel that you have to force yourself to understand? How can I get my message across to teenagers as young as 13 who are not necessarily native English speakers? Did you notice this?
So I find that the tool of storytelling is really powerful, because people want to connect with someone because of how they actually spoke of their experience, how they presented. And for the speakers, I think a lot of people don't realize that they have such a powerful tool with them, that they have a voice and they can translate that voice into something that's empowering, something that really uplifts the younger people. So I think I wasn't really a confident speaker before that, and obviously along the years I did like practice, and then I was invited to give talks, and even talks like this, I think I'm constantly like improving, trying to find out what works best in communicating my ideas, my story with other people. And also I think for speakers, they should use each platform as an opportunity to actually present the message they want to people around them, and also how they could communicate ideas and make it really easy for people to follow, and what would be the kind of messages that would stay in people's mind even after like the session is end, and that would be something, because I think an idea is really powerful when it's implanted into your head, and it just stays in your memory, and it affects how the attendees, how your listeners actually go about with their daily lives. For instance, maybe after this talk, someone would think, oh yeah, these are things I need to go with my goals. Maybe they'll think about, okay, I should make a lifestyle change, or maybe this is something that isn't for me. So I think it's like talking, speech, words are really powerful weapons of change, and also as driving agents for us.
Yeah, as a global shaper, do you have opportunities to do those talks quite often? Because the one thing that we're trying to do, and I believe that I shared this the last time, is that on Saturdays we're having sessions that is specific to cities, right? So right now we're having the Singapore session, and it's worth clarifying what that means. You know, and the standard is if you're saying that this is Singapore or Santa Barbara, whichever the city you're going to be in the future, it means that at least half of the speakers are from that place. So from Singapore, even if you're in Hong Kong at the moment, so they know the reality really well. And we promote the event more heavily in that specific region so that at least half of the participants are also from there. And the whole idea is that by having the possibility of connecting at that level, right? Now, we want to make sure it's still cosmopolitan. So if you're not from Singapore and you want to join the session, let's say, especially if you're from the Asian countries, it's very relevant that they're in the same time zone, they have similar cultural standards, they can join us all. But the key point here is that if you're in a situation where there's a speaker who's from Singapore, based in Singapore. Global Shaper Hub's a very good example of that, but it could be Forbes 30 under 30 when you're talking about the younger generations. It could be someone who is well known in Singapore, who went to retirement and wants to work with teenagers. The whole idea is that they will become then mentors to the participants, which is why I want at least 50% of both speakers and participants to be from the place, because they're physically located in the same city, and therefore is much easier for them to follow up a mentorship kind of relationship. And I think that it's really important to get teenagers today to have mentors who are global shapers, like between 20 and 30, because the generational gap is not so wide. I mean, you know how difficult it is to get into the educational system. You know the kind of pressures they're suffering. So it's much easier for a 25-year-old from Singapore to talk to a 15-year-old from Singapore and give real advice that is very actionable, is very pragmatic. And then you have the older generation, those who were 60 or 70, they had very long careers and they want to give back, or they just miss this connection with the younger generations. In fact, they want to learn from Generation Z, what's cool today? What are the things that you care about? And that's kind of a second type of mentorship. So you have this kind of you be a rising mentor of sorts, right? So you're rising in your career and you're doing so many different things. And maybe you never had the opportunity to be the mentor to anyone. Are you mentoring anyone today? As in personally, do you have a mentee?
So yeah, I would say that I have a dedicated group of mentee, but so me and one of the speakers later, Regine Chen, who are both from the Global Shapers, we do have a little lean-in group for young women who are students or young professionals, and we try to give them opportunities if we see like any job postings, and we do run lots of career webinars via the Global Shapers, and just inviting people from not just Singapore, but from the US, from Belgium, from Kazakhstan to come together. And we also invite like speakers to do something like this so that we could have this global sharing. So you're not just getting this perspective of Singaporeans, but also people from other countries and other locations. So that is a little like mentorship programs that we have.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to be a one-to-one mentor to a specific person who has been to the NeoWAY program? Is that something you consider? I mean, I'm not putting you on the spotlight here, no pressure, right? But is that something that you personally be interested in doing?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I can discuss that later, because the idea is obviously to make sure that everybody gets value from those interactions, right? So if you're starting now and you're in your 20s and you never had the opportunity to be the mentor to someone else, I mean, it is a very powerful skill, because all of a sudden, even though you have so much information in your head and you have your instincts to help you with making decisions, and you have a network that you can reach out to, when you have someone you're mentoring, you go like, oh wow, no, what if I didn't have all of those things? What are the things that I have that they don't have that I can share, I can facilitate? And that's one of the ideas, right? This is what we're trying to achieve in terms of establishing longer term relationships, but also giving new skills to the 20 to 30-year-olds. I mean, and even if you're 60 or 70 today and you have never done mentoring, especially if you've never mentored a teenager, you don't have a grandchild that you're helping out, or some cousin who's in that age. I just want to make sure that people realize, people who are invited to be speakers here realize that they have a chance. I mean, it's an option, not an obligation, but I think that many of them will find it very valuable. And we can discuss it later. I think you'll be a fantastic mentor, considering the presentations you've given already. And we'll see how we can structure that. So the idea is, in fact, to have a 360 view perspective on a human lifetime, and I'll elaborate a bit on that. We're supposed to be going into our break right now, but I think that this discussion is also valuable. So Sanyan, just feel free to jump in, and Mark, welcome. Also, from last time how we run those sessions, so you can make any comments, ask any questions. But the mentorship approach for Way, and it's funny that you mentioned Regine, because she is the one talking in 15 minutes.
I saw. I know.
I guess it's not really a secret, but basically she's helping Sanyan now, right? So they started having conversations, and the feedback that I had was exactly that. It's like, she understands how hard it is to grow up in Singapore and to suffer all this pressure from the societal expectations and all that. So they are kind of one example of a mentorship relationship that is trying to develop. And the other thing that we're doing with Mark, who's 13 years old and is based in London. Mark was an amazing participant the last time. Mark, can you hear us? Can you say hi? Just make that.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, that's
Hi.
great. Mark. Mark is. Mark, your dad is from Germany. Your mom is
Yes.
okay. You live in London, right?
Yes, I live in London. My dad's from Germany. My mom's from Spain.
Spain, right? So in the UK now. So Mark is a fluent English speaker with this very posh British accent, which is very prized around the world. And last time we had a participant from Brazil who was obviously not a native speaker. He could speak English amazingly well for a 13-year-old from Brazil, because it's really hard in such a large country to have opportunities to communicate in English. And then we had this conversation in which Mark, who's 13 and speaks English really well, would be the language buddy of this other participant who's also 13 from Brazil. So Mark, can you tell us a bit more how it's going, like the relationship with Giordano? Have you guys had a chance to have conversations and practice English and just play together?
Yeah, so we both have schools, so we didn't have much time under the week, but we met. We did one Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
On the weekend, and that went pretty well. It was like 1 hour Zoom meeting. And then we also we wanted to do a second one, but I didn't read his message, so in the end we couldn't. It was too late for me, but
Yeah.
We've only done one call up to now, but
But
we're
that's
trying to
great.
do more.
So how did it go with the call? Because the whole idea is that he would be benefiting from the fact that you speak English fluently, and you should be benefiting as well from the fact that you're now teaching English to a friend. How did it go with the session you had?
It went pretty well. We just talked a bit in English about everything that was happening, kind of. He told me about his house. We were talking a bit. Overall, just information. And oh, yeah, that's pretty much it. We were talking about stuff that were happening to us, how it is now with COVID, and then
how is that for you to hear a different perspective? I mean, Brazil is now suffering a lot with COVID.
yeah.
So was that useful for you? Did you learn something new that you didn't know before that he shared?
Well, so I do know that they also have online classes as well. But I didn't learn much new. They don't have to do that much of a quarantine.
Yeah.
And but it was more about talking about like ourselves, and so he told me that they've gone to like a house in the countryside they have.
Yeah.
So they're not anymore in the city. So yeah, and there was some palm trees outside the window. They were really nice.
Okay. Yeah, I guess having a house in the countryside is not something you do when you live in Singapore, but if you're in London, you can relate, right? You go to visit friends a little bit in a Lake District in Cotswold.
Yeah.
The important thing here is that you're both 13, you're 10,000 kilometers away from each other. You met because it is an online program, so you have this passion in common. For everybody else in the call, the two of them stayed until it was midnight in Switzerland. So I went to bed and they kept on chatting with Suli, who was in Singapore, who's also 13. And it was 6 in the morning for her. And they just kept on talking and sharing experiences. It's really amazing to watch.
Yeah.
We had
Good
Brazil,
night.
UK, and Singapore, 13-year-old kids, no, not kids, officially teenagers, right? So you're no longer kids. No, just talking without any intervention. Like, you guys were doing most of the talking. I was just answering questions. So this is the kind of activity that we like to see happening more and more in kind of safe environments where you know that you all join the program, that the parents are okay with you being there because it was a registration process. So it's not like meeting a bunch of weirdos on the internet that you have no idea who they are. And this is in many ways something that has been going on for a very long time. It used to be called a pen pal. So there were clubs many years ago where people who wanted to write to total strangers, doing more or less the same thing that you did with Jordana, just talking about your life, people would do that with letters, right? So I used to receive letters from this, I think she was a teenager at that time, so was I. She'll send letters saying, this was my week and I hope everything is okay. We're preparing for Christmas, and a reply. And we're both practicing our English, right? And now we can do it so much more efficiently with Zoom calls, and everybody's used to doing that. And we have Wi-Fi everywhere. So it's something that we lost from the past. I don't think those pen pal clubs exist, and if they do, they're really not that common anymore. But they should exist because it's so interesting, right? Especially when you're in your age group and you can help others. In your case, teaching English. On that point, are you correcting his mistakes when he says something that is grammatically wrong, or you just keep on talking and you don't correct it?
Yeah. I do correct his mistakes because otherwise he won't learn.
Do you feel that he feels embarrassed, or he's okay with you?
No. He also tells me that I should feel free to correct him because otherwise, it's the best way for him to learn the language itself.
Yeah, that's for sure. It is the best way, but not everybody's comfortable having the mistakes being corrected. So you have to be sensitive. And if you feel that the person is becoming shy, they're not talking as much, maybe is because they're afraid of making mistakes. So in this case, what you tend to do is that if they say something that is obviously wrong, you can try, instead of just telling them this is wrong and this is how I say it correctly, you can just keep on having the conversation and try to use the same word that they used and use it in the correct way. And you keep on repeating that word while you're talking, because this is a way without them losing face to go like, oh no, I was pronouncing it wrong, but he wasn't calling me out on it. And if you're having a one-to-one conversation, that's usually fine. I mean, I know Jordan is so cool with it and he's so passionate about learning, but if you're in a bigger group, sometimes people feel bad when you correct them in front of the others. So this is a nice way to sort of correct them, because you're saying it the right way without really saying, you made a mistake and this is how you should have done it, and then having them being embarrassed. So there are multiple ways of teaching people, and yeah, this is something that you're learning, right? You're becoming a young teacher, which is super cool when you're 13 years old. I wish I could have done that. And okay, so we have another few minutes until Regine's session will start. So I'd just like to kind of look back into this concept of having a full life cycle of learning when it comes to the Wisdom Accelerator age range. So basically teenagers who are not grown-ups yet, in a sense that everybody who joins a group is not 18, because we want to make sure that you can't really drive and drink and vote, so that everybody feels that they're in the same category, like you have the same limitations and the same potentials. And that basically means 13 to 17. And how do you get different generations to have connections that are meaningful and relevant? And the idea that I have now, and your feedback is most welcome, is that, of course, with the Wisdom Accelerator, we have this group of teenagers, and they're listening to almost always older people doing the talk. Now, sometimes I have teenagers giving presentations. So this weekend, we have a presenter who is 15, and she's talking about disability, right? She was born hard of hearing and had lots of difficulties at school, and then she had surgery. So she did something that's called a cochlear implant. So it's like a hearing aid that is, it's quite a big surgery, but no, as far as I know, that solved the problem. So she's going to be talking about that. And then you have other teenagers who are giving presentations, like Sanyan and Jessica last time, because they're involved with NeoWAY. You have also this weekend context of mother and daughter. If you remember, Sanyan, from Davos, we had this a family from Finland who was there for the World Economic Forum, but they were actually working for
The reporter.
so the biggest newspaper in Finland. They're going to be doing a talk, and that, in this case, the talk is the mother and the daughter. The daughter, I believe, she's still 12, but they'll talk about the experience in Davos. Right. So the idea is obviously that during the NeoWAY sessions we have reasonable number of teenagers who have something that they want to share. We can't really have like a full weekend with teenagers talking about things, because this would be less relevant for kind of an overall development of the participants. But we want to make sure they have at least a few, right? So in the case of the 15-year-old talking about a very personal issue, I think that's a powerful session. And then you have the relationships within the group, and Mark and Giordano with the kind of English mentorship, like the old pen pal clubs. That's a very good example. So both of them are learning. One is learning English, the other one is learning how to teach. And then you have, I would say, the next level, which is, okay, we can have supervisors who are 18, 19, 20. So they just came out of the teenage years. but so they want to help us moderating the session. So they want to gain some experience in how to run those online events so they can do them for whatever purpose they wish to do. They just gain experience here. Then you get this category that is sort of more official of 20 to 30 years old, which is recognized by the World Economic Forum as the global shapers category. And Wei Ling is a great example. Regine is another great example. So we're trying to get lots of shapers to come and join us. And the strategy here is just to invite shapers who are based in a city where we're having the sessions. Singapore right now is going to be Santa Barbara later on. So we have lots of global shapers from California who will be speaking then. And then the category above, like, shapers are 20 to 30. Then you have people who are 30 to 40, and in the World Economic Forum lingo, that'll be a young global leader. We have a few of them. We had a few last time. We have invited those to join us for this session and future sessions as well. And then all of a sudden you have people who are between their early 20s to late 30s sharing their experiences with the teenagers, and that's kind of a closer generational relationship. And once you get to the 40s, they tend to be 40s and 50s, they tend to be parents of teenagers, right? So that's a relationship that you have at home as a teenager. Your mom and dad, they have that age. So you have a very deep and constant connection with people from that generation. Once you get to 60s and 70s, that's not necessarily someone you know as a teenager, right? They're in most cases too old to be your parents and too young to be your grandparents. So we're trying to get the mentors in that age group, which is neat because in many countries people start retiring when they're 65, so they have more time on their hands, and they would like to have mentors who are in that age group mentoring the teenagers. And the ones that we're approaching as speakers, of course, they're successful and they have something that they can share with the group, which is why they're getting invited to be with us. And you end up also having an extra bonus, a benefit, which is you could have the elder mentors in the 60s and 70s mentoring the global shapers and the young global leaders if they're willing to have that kind of relationship. So they're also benefiting from that. And then the last category will be the 80s and 90-year-olds who may want to join as speakers, but that's less likely because when you're 90, you probably want more peace and quiet in your life rather than speaking. But if you have a 99-year-old or a 100-year-old who wants to speak at NeoWAY, you'll be absolutely amazed and be happy to have them on board. But that's when you fall into the age range of grandparents, right, of the teenagers of today. So all of a sudden you see you have the NeoWAY participants between 13 and 17. They'll have connections with peers in the same age group. They have supervisors who are just a little bit older, 18 to 20. Then you have the global shapers, kind of age range, 20 to late 20s until they're 30 years old. Then you have the young global leaders, up to 40. Then you have your parents, like 40 to 50, and then you have the older mentors, 60 to 70, and I have grandparents. So this is what I mean by having a full lifetime experience of mentorship and friendships that can be had through this platform. And once you have all of this wisdom and information from people who are older from you, you can take responsibility to also be a mentor, or at least to try to guide children who are younger, from 0 to 12. You have Mark, for instance, is a 13-year-old. If you met an 11-year-old right now, maybe you could be helping him or her with things that you learned that you think will be relevant for kids who are younger than you. I don't know if Regine is already here. Regine, are you Aussie by any chance? I don't know who Ozzy is. Just a second. But yeah, so this is the idea of having this full life cycle where the teenagers today, they have a good reason to be in touch with people who are older so that they can learn things about their life and the relationship with society. And they can also serve as guides to children who are younger, you know, helping them out and learning how to be mentors from a very young age. So now we have Arek joining us from London, I believe. So may I ask Sanyen to keep on managing for the moment? Like, what are your thoughts on what I've just shared with the group?
About the mentorship program, I am.
This whole idea.
Yeah. So Marcelos did set me up with Regine, who is the next speaker. I think we're still waiting for her, but yeah. So we basically talk every 2 weeks, and both of us, we did grow up in Singapore. And she gives me tips about managing time and like I mentioned earlier during the call, the interview for Sota, she did give me some tips on that too. So yeah, I think having the mentorship, especially in the same region as where you are, so she's in Singapore, I'm in Singapore, that's very useful because then you kind of can relate.
And what about the idea of having an older mentor who's in his 60s and 70s? Do you have anyone today in that age range who is helping you out?
Not now, but I haven't really explored that, but I guess that would be also interesting because you're also taking a different side of opinions, usually wiser, or because they're an older generation, I'd say. Yeah.
The things that when people get to retirement, all of a sudden they start thinking, what have I done with my life? Oh, this is a new phase. What's going to happen next? So maybe, Michele, and I don't want to kind of put you on the spot here, but you're not so far from retirement. Maybe you could share some thoughts in terms of how you're experiencing this transition of getting into a retirement age. And I mean, you're already mentoring Sanyen in so many ways, right? But we could say that officially, if you had to mentor one of the Wisdom Accelerator teenagers, how would you like to do it as someone who's in that category of approaching retirement?
Well, thank you, Marcelo, for making me so old. I really appreciate that, and actually, I don't feel like really retiring. And I plan to retire, but not really because I feel old, but because I would like actually to enhance my initiatives towards projects which are not related to my business, which is actually teaching and researching at university. And of course, it's not only Sanyan. I'm mentoring since my age of 20. I've been a teacher since many years, so that's one thing that I'm quite used to do. And due to my career of about 12 years or even more as a high school teacher before I entered in academy, I had a lot of contact with teenagers, and of course, also there I had close contact, daily contact, and of course, some of them came closer to me and asked for more and more advice. The difference you were mentioning about the difference between mentoring as in a younger stage, like sort of peers when I was 20 and starting teaching, or 20 something, and now, of course, the distance is different. And you mentioned before as well the network, which is relevant. Of course, I have a bit more connections. Fortunately, I talked to some people in this last 20, 25 years which makes me a bit more, I have been more experienced in what may matter for things which are outside of the range of the teenagers. That means mentoring as a more mature age is like sort of, I think you can oversee a bit more, a bit longer periods of time, which for the teenagers, of course, it's not possible. They get into soon adult life, so they just see the hand in front of their face, and they don't have so many experience back. I know they have. That changed, and I think the thing as well, you know, I had not so much time, and as you mentioned, before I will retire in, well, still 5 years, I guess. But at that time, I take some things not that serious as I did before, which means I'm not so ambitious in publishing so many papers a year. So that means I have more time for the more pleasure things, and mentoring people is something which is, from my point of view, much more pleasure related than publishing, writing, doing research or teaching in a normal surrounding. And actually, I take the time, and maybe I take also this opportunity to show a bit around where I'm actually working now. In this week, I have the chance. My parents have a big house, and I think that this distance I was mentioning about distance related to time and related also to the people I know, that I try to live this distance as well. And once in a while, I retire in the weekend house of my parents in order to having time to think about not only mentoring but also other things of life. And I think this is one thing. When I was a teenager, I didn't have time for that. I was so into like many things, many exciting things which I wanted to do, things I wanted to fulfill, things I wanted to go to. And now I think it's more relevant to step a bit back and think. And now I show you a bit around where I am, so maybe you understand what I mean by having like sort of more time to look at more things. So this is the house.
We can't really hear.
It's a house in nature. Come closer, and that's the view from the house. You can see it. You can hear it.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah. So, and actually, that gives me really this perspective I missed when I was a teenager. And if there's something actually I would like to give, or I try to give once I mentor, or I try to help some teenager or even older people, even people which are in business. I try to say, listen, sometimes when really you cannot see, it's important because when you dive into a project, when you're really deeply into something, try to just stop for a couple of moments and try to go to a place where you just see a bit further, and then actually some things getting more important and other less. So it's much more easy for you to set priorities, and it's much more easy to take the right step, the one that will maybe, or that hopefully will take you to the goal. I go inside because it's a bit more noisy outside than inside. So that's actually the way I experience mentoring, and I try to really to help young people, young and adult people, to achieve their goals. And of course, I practice as well myself, and that's why I mentioned before, once in a while I come here for a couple of days by myself, trying to think a bit about what's going on, what's relevant, what's not so relevant. So as an advice, without advice for many teenagers, which are really like, with all the testosterone and the hormones they have, and all the drive they have, and all the things they want to do, and the schedule, the tight schedule they are into it, that sometimes, at least for me, it was very, very helpful to have this moments of just not having to produce, not having to achieve, but just having to think about from a different perspective what is relevant to the things that you want to achieve, or where you really the most important steps may be. And this gave me a lot of opportunities to change my way, and also to, I hope, or I think so, I took quite good decisions, and maybe for the teenagers it will be as well an opportunity to take the next step, to go ahead and to change. So I was a bit long, but I think the next speaker is not yet here. Is that correct, or is she here? In the meantime, I didn't check on the participants.
Yeah, so Darnesh is here. We should start in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So I think Regina had the issues joining us this time, but it's okay in the sense that she can always do a session later, and it goes into YouTube where we're going to have a much greater audience than here. And the question is more in terms of how would you, Michele, how would you mentor a teenager right now if you had a one-to-one relationship versus as a teacher, right? So what are the elements that you think that we could generalize? Like you, of course, you're teaching teachers, right? So you have all of the skills, the experience and everything else. But how could you get someone who's today 65 years old, has never mentored anyone, and all of a sudden say, would you like to mentor a 15-year-old? Let's say in the case of Sanyan, what would be the suggestions you give to the 65-year-old person, who could be anyone from, man, woman, from anywhere around the world? What are the top three?
One thing to mention at the beginning, actually, you say I'm a teacher, and actually the thing about being a teacher, the role of the teacher is shifting since a long time, actually. Being a teacher is the one who transmits wisdom to someone else, who just getting the wisdom. That role is over. Now you're a tutor, you're a mentor from the beginning on, because once it comes to transmitting information, you have so many other who did it already. So you say, listen, you want to know something about that? Ask Google, go to YouTube, look what the MIT is saying about that, go to whatever, maybe also even to the library, if this is something which young people don't know anymore. So actually the role of being a teacher, even if part of it is lecturing, is much more really to have a look where does the teenager stand. So that means listening. Listening is one of the most important part. And that's the advice I would give to someone which is 65 and wants to get involved about what's going on in teenagers. The first step is not talking, but taking the time to listen. And listen doesn't mean just getting the words, but trying to listen in terms of trying to put the hat on the teenager and say, listen, how could he mean if he says, yeah, I'm worried? What does he mean if he says I'm stressed? And just letting people talk. Because I think this is or creating an environment. Well, this talking, this activity, this expression is possible or is good. That means creating an atmosphere when you have a one-to-one interaction where the young people feel comfortable to say what they think. And that's relevant, because by getting to know what they think and how they feel, this is the point where you can go into it or jump into it and try to tell, listen, well, I had that maybe as well, or I never experienced that. Like, tell me more about that. And then trying to say, listen, oh yeah, I had this problem as well. But I think that the major thing is just not trying to cover them with text, with advices, not cover them with saying what they had to do, how you did from the beginning. Just step back and listening. I think that's the best way of mentoring, because actually the solution which will emerge from such a mentoring, the solutions that comes from the mentor are not the one that's really the most relevant one. I think the best way to mentor someone is to empower this person to do his or her decision, and try to also to find out how they got to get this decision, so that this metacognition is one important part. So if you are, or I am, or whoever is a mentor at the age of 65 with all this backpack, with all this experience, I think the relevant thing, just try to put your backpack away, put all your experience away, sit down and create an environment where you can listen and really try to get to know this person, try to get to feel it. I think that's the best advice I could give at the moment, just like that, for some potential mentors. And being a mentor is it's fantastic actually, because you get to know other perceptions, other concepts, and of course the concept of the young people, which are slightly different than ours, yours, Marcelo, or Catherine, or mine, or the adults. And I think even if you're a father or mother, it's not the same thing, because being a father, you're always biased by the responsibility you have toward your kids. And once it's not your kid, that means, it's a person, a teenager, which becomes an adult, which has his point of view, which you are not responsible or not directly responsible as if you were a parent. That gives you a chance really to see in a world, actually in the world which, or in people which will shape the world of today and tomorrow. And by understanding that, also me as a mentor, I can learn a lot. So, well, that's it. I hope I was not too.
We have to introduce Darnesha, because she's already waiting.
Okay.
She'll be the next speaker. So Darnesha, you're joining from Kuala Lumpur, I believe, right?
That's right. Okay, I think I've just turned on my video. So hi, everyone.
Wow, nice background.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a great conversation starter. Usually, like, that's the city I'm from.
So you're being sponsored by Petronas, and Petronas doesn't even know about it.
Well, I like to think that I'm being sponsored by the city.
So for those who do not know, behind her you have the two Petronas towers that were the tallest buildings in the world for a very long time, until
That's
Dubai
right.
started spending a lot of money making sure that the title would go there. And yeah, so Darnesha, I will do a super quick introduction. I mean, the last time we ran out of time very quickly. We tried to keep the sessions to 20 minutes, as mentioned before. It's always a suggestion, but you may want to do your talk 10 to 15 minutes and have questions. This time, as as mentioned during our private chat, try to focus on the YouTube audience, because we'll be using your great background and the great insights to post this clip online, and we'll be promoting that to teenagers from all around the world. But let's try to stay under the 20 minutes. So Darnesha is also a global shaper from the Kuala Lumpur hub, and I have never had the pleasure of meeting you in person, so just ask you to introduce yourself and what interested you in joining us here and having the session today.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for actually having me here today. Well, I think I work in the public policy space, so it's got a lot to do with politics, unfortunately, Marcelo. So I have to touch a little bit, but I try to make it as neutral as possible for my views. But yeah, so I work in the public sector, having background in the central bank and also formerly in the Ministry of Finance. And as you rightfully pointed, I'm also part of the World Economic Forum's Global Shapers Hub here in Kuala Lumpur. So I'm now the impact officer. So basically what I'm doing is really trying to understand how the work that we could do, it's actually going to have proper impact in the community likewise here. So yeah, so that's like a brief introduction. And I think, so what I'll do is sort of bring everyone into a story that I'm going to tell. And then we're trying to synthesize some lessons from the story, and then I'll sort of open up for, well, hopefully an interesting discussion at the end of it. So basically, the story that I'm going to tell you is about an 8-year-old girl who lives in one of the most amazing capital cities in Southeast Asia. So the hint is already in my background. And so when she was 8, her classroom teacher did this exercise and asked everyone, so what is your ambition when you grow up? So she had naively said that she wanted to be the prime minister, although not as naive as a friend who wanted to be Barney the purple dinosaur. So basically, coming from the background that she was always told and conditioned that, you know, the best way to a future is actually to pick up STEM subjects, right? And that is going to open doors for you, very many doors and opportunities in life. And so she believed that, and she worked really hard on studying for all the subjects and doing really well. Coming from a working class family, and you know, she has this ambition of wanting to be a geneticist and at the same time pursuing his studies abroad in the United Kingdom. So coming from a working class family, the one way that's possible is to obtain a scholarship. And the one way to obtain a scholarship is to, you know, buckle down, study really hard, and get good grades. And that's exactly what she did. And when she left school, and that was at the age of 18, she did get scholarships to pursue a study. But there's a plot twist to that. So the scholarships were for social sciences, which is something very unfamiliar and just beyond her comfort zone. But at that point in time, she had to make a choice. And given the choices that she had at that point, so she made the decision to take up the scholarship and to pursue her education in social sciences. So she went ahead and did her degree in a double major, actually, in econs and politics. Upon graduation, she joined the central bank in Malaysia, where she was actually handling, I'd say, somewhat like a piggy bank for the East Asian countries. So when they run into a bit of a cash flow problem, they can tap into the piggy bank. Well, the total value of it is actually 240 billion US dollars. So it's a pretty large piggy bank, I'd say. And a couple of years later, in 2018, Malaysia had an historic general election where, for the first time in about 61 years, there was a new government that had taken over. So when that happened, she was recruited to join as one of the youngest advisors to then the finance minister. So this was exactly 8 years after she left high school. She found herself in a room in that position of being able to advise on policy issues to the finance minister of the country that she lives in, which is pretty amazing for someone who, well, I guess for someone who wanted to be prime minister when she was 8 years old. She was somewhat there, but in a different capacity, we'll put it that way, to want to influence and impact some sort of positive change. So, well, surprise, surprise, that person is me. And it's, I think, one thing that I want to tell about, sort of pick up from this story and share with everyone a couple of lessons here and there that I have found about myself and learned, and something I'll continue learning. Hopefully it will benefit those who are listening in as well. So the first is, plans change, and that's okay. So flow like the water, right? Be open-minded. Just go for whatever plans and opportunities that you have, because you don't know where you're going to end up. So that 17, 18-year-old me did not know that at that point, going down that route with that scholarship and in social sciences would land, me now in this position. So yeah, be open to changes and embrace it. I think that's what I'd like to say as the first point. The second is, age is just a number. So don't let anyone tell you you're too young or you're too old or you're too anything in between. Because I have worked with 5 different generations in a single office in my position with the central bank and also in the Ministry of Finance. In fact, I had also worked with one of the, or rather at that point in time, the oldest prime minister in Malaysia. So he was 94 years old when he became prime minister. So again, age is just a number. Yeah, don't let anyone use that as a boundary. Just go for it. And finally, I think what's really important is perseverance. So throughout your whole journey, you're going to hear a lot more no's than yeses. And that's fine. Listen, acknowledge, and if you wish, ignore it. Just sometimes you don't need that kind of negativity, unless of course it's constructive or, something that you think could help you view different opinions, and sort of gauge things differently as well. So these 3 things have been something that I've carried with me for a while, but they're not something that I've learned when I was much younger, right? You learn that from your experiences. And I think the last point of perseverance, I learned it when I was much younger, when I was 17, 18, but I hadn't realized and I hadn't tagged it to, okay, this is actually perseverance. I'm going to go with what I have and make the best out of it, which I suppose there's a bit of an element of luck too, because it was something I truly enjoyed, and I found my passion in that. So it's fulfilling, it's demanding, but if you truly believe in it, I think it can take you, just a very, very long way. So for me, these 3 sort of lessons, I suppose, have been my wisdom. They have been my true north that will be guiding me for a very long time. But perhaps down the road, it might change. It might be something else too. And again, so that goes back to point one: plans change, everything changes, and it's fine. Just embrace it. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what I want to share. Really, I think the point is, don't be too stiff or too rigid. There's so much more to life, so much more to experiences, and I'm so sure that everyone here who's listening in are, have so much more, so young, no matter what age you are. Just be open to that. I think that's sort of what I have wanted to talk about. And I think I'm gonna, so I'm gonna just sort of open up for any questions or thoughts. But I'd like to sort of pose the first question, if I may. And I think this would be for like some of the people who are in the call right now. So imagine that you're waiting for the elevator and the door is open. And you walk into the elevator, the person who's standing next to you is the prime minister, the president, or the premier of your country. So you have exactly 30 seconds. Oh wait, no, this is 3. Yeah, you have exactly 30 seconds till you reach your destination. If there's one thing that you could pitch to that person in which you would like to see some change, what would that be? And it could be anything. Like, it doesn't have to be something super serious too, just anything. So with that, I'm just going to open up the floor.
We may have to nudge a couple of the participants into asking.
Okay.
The one thing with the online format is that everybody is on mute, so it takes some time to get the answer right. And
okay.
Until any of them wishes to ask a question, my question, yeah.
This is Regine. Thanks so much, Darshna, for sharing your story. Thanks. Really,
no worries, it's Darnesha. But thanks, Regine.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just that with me,
No worries. Yeah.
So yeah, thanks so much for sharing your story. I think it's really cool, like especially now you're working in a public policy and helping a finance minister, right? I think maybe my question, I mean, I have many questions for you, right? But I think maybe like one key question is what are some of the key learnings you have from your current role, and kind of the impact that you make from your current role in the ministry?
Okay. I think one thing that I've truly learned that's quite personal is time management and knowing exactly what's important to you, because this role that I'm currently in is very demanding, right? So I spent like 85% of my time at work. So it's very easy to sort of burn out. So it's very important for you to be aware of yourself and listen to your body to know, like, when to sort of take some time off and when, you can really just push ahead full steam. So that's sort of one thing. And the second is, so that don't be afraid to say anything. So I don't think that you're not, so basically you're going to miss 100% of chances that you don't take, right? So when you have that opportunity, that platform, and you have that that space for you to voice your opinions and also to sort of bounce ideas, go for it. Because it's not very many people that you find in that position or who's been able to be there and sort of contribute in that sense in whatever space that you're in. So I think I'm just keeping it quite generic in that sense. But I think the reason why I find it really fulfilling, and this is particularly to the role, is I was able to personally see through a health initiative that actually provided financial assistance for health emergencies for all the low-income Malaysians, and that was about 4.3 million people. And it was really amazing because I had the opportunity to work on it from the whole formulation of the policy, implementation, and all the way to public outreach. And it sort of came full circle when I actually met someone who had benefited from it. So that kind of keeps you going. So yeah, I think this would be the two things I'd say, like really time management and listening to yourself, and at the same time being able, like not being afraid to voice out and say things that you want to say and you think would make a difference? And I'm sure, Regine, you've also been in, situations as such, and I think everyone here too.
So much for sharing.
No problem. Okay, so as Marcelo has suggested, I'm just gonna randomly pick out a name to hopefully answer the question. Let's see. Can I probably get Wei Ling if you have any thoughts?
She's also a global shaper, so
Oh, it's fine.
who is a participant. I just want to make a comment
Sure.
on what you described. There's a term for that. It's called ageism. Is when
Yes,
people say
yes.
you're too young for that, or when you were in a junior high, I was already working for 10 years. Like, who cares? Like, an opinion and a fact, they should of course be assessed according to the perspective of the person who's sharing the fact. But I am very, very careful not to ignore the opinion of a 13-year-old, because they may know way more than I do about Twitch. I mean, I was not aware of the existence of Twitch until last month. Right, it's a company that was acquired years ago, and I just totally missed out. And my background is in media, right? So if I have a 13-year-old telling me Twitch is really interesting, I am surely paying attention and checking it out. So ageism should be better known. Like, it's you're not worth less because you happen to be younger. You just have a different perspective, which needs to be put into the medley of opinions and considered by everybody. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't want to interrupt your question to Wei Ling. I guess Wei Ling is not going to have an issue sharing her opinion, but I don't know if she's still with us. Wei Ling, you there?
Yep, I'm still here. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, cool. So it's really interesting to hear about your background and policy making, because I did some in Singapore as well. So mine was more on animal welfare. So I was just wondering, what is the best way to effect policy change if you're from a more outsider point of view? That means you're just an average person, not the public.
Okay, that's a great question, actually. So I think most countries or most authorities would have a public engagement, public outreach sessions. So two ways, I'd say, right? So one is a federal level. So for example, when they put out like surveys or like asking for opinions on like your social medias and whatnot, I would strongly recommend you to participate in that, because like from my experience, we take it seriously. So what we have done before is actually sort of trying to involve the people in sourcing for budget, like national budget ideas. So you could be person A, and if you have certain thoughts and whatnot, just put it in, just submit them, and someone actually looks at it. So that's certainly one way you could do that. And second is, I think, something that's more accessible generally, so without schedule or anything, and that is through your local councillor and your member of parliament. Go to them, talk to them, highlight certain issues that's happening, concerns, and make sure that they take it up. So these are the two ways you could definitely at least put your voice forward, and also trying to highlight concerns and issues that would definitely be taken into account. So like and obviously the third being, go and vote in any elections that you have. Make sure you do that, exercise that right. So this will be the three ways I'd suggest.
Thank you so much. I think it would
No
be
problem.
really beneficial for youth, when they want to get more into like the advocacy and really effect change in their community. So thank you so much for answering the questions.
No problem. Okay, so Marcelo, I'm gonna just like ask for your sort of help to identify the participants.
Yeah, so just pick a few who came last time, because they know how the event works. We have
Okay.
Areg, who's living in London, but is originally from Armenia. Jessica, she's originally from Singapore, but she lives in Australia, so she's pretty far out there. MDC is actually Mark from London, and he's German Spanish, like a really interesting mix. Then Regine is a global shaper from Singapore, as is Wei Ling. And we have Jan Brekke, who is a good friend of mine, who will be joining us for the next session after the break. And Tan, she is San Yan's sister, and both of them are based in Singapore. So Suli is 13, San Yan is 15. They know the program really well. They're in fact the supervisors for the Singapore studio. So that's more or less the roundup.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, okay. I probably then would like, if I may, Jessica, if you have any thoughts on that question that I posted earlier.
Was that about the pitch if we were in the elevator?
Yeah.
If the person who was in the elevator is someone that is well known and I know I can rely on to create a change in the world, I guess I would ask them, I guess I would pitch an idea about how we could make the resources around the world all more equal, I guess. Because right now there's some places that have way more resources compared to other places that needs it but don't have it. And I guess I would, if I have enough research, I could pitch in an idea on how to balance it out so that everyone can benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. That's actually really great. And I like that you mentioned something really important in sort of your answer earlier, which is research. So it's really, really important to do your homework, know your facts when you, you know, approach someone or trying to like propose an idea. So that's really great that you mentioned that. And it's also very relevant about resources because, you know, currently with the pandemic that's happening, the inequality across both advanced and you know, your least developed economies are growing at a huge rate. At the same time, you have a lot more people who will be going into poverty. I think an additional 100 million people would be going into poverty this year because of the pandemic, and most of them actually belong in the least developed economies, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So it is a pressing issue, and it will continue being like an even more pressing issue. So yeah, it's great to hear that, Jessica. Maybe another one if I have time, Marcelo, another person.
I have the break now, but I think we can continue. Your session's super interesting, and then it goes to YouTube for billions of people to watch later on. So please.
Okay. Okay, great. I mean, I probably wouldn't want to keep everyone from their breaks, so I probably just like try and pick another person and perhaps we can wrap that up. So maybe Arek, do you have any thoughts?
I thought that was very interesting.
Oh, so okay. So basically, do you have any thoughts on what you like? What's that one problem or one issue that you want to see a change?
I think corruption.
Definitely, yes.
Just don't mention MDB in Malaysia.
Sorry, say that again.
Just don't mention MDB in Malaysia, right? It's been in the news.
Yeah. So definitely, it's related to again what Jessica mentioned as well about resources, right? So it again, it's all interconnected, and corruption takes away resources, important resources for the people by the very few. And that's precisely what has happened in Malaysia with 1MDB. For those who are not familiar, 1MDB was or is the country's sovereign fund that was supposed to generate a lot more money for development and infrastructure in Malaysia, but it was a very intricate vessel of money siphoning by the very few former politicians who were in the cabinet, I'd say. Yeah.
Well, maybe you can share your opinion, not specifically the Malaysian case, but how sovereign funds can be well used and misused. Norway with the $1 trillion or more is an example of how it's well used. But from your policy experience, how would you compare countries like Norway that do have a fairly diversified economy anyway and highly educated workforce with many other countries in developing countries where they do have those sovereign funds, but they are not used to the benefit of society as much as they should be?
Sure. So sovereign wealth funds are usually set up by countries whose main source of income is actually from a single sector. So it could be oil. So mostly it's oil producing countries. So your countries like, so over here it would be over in Southeast Asia would be Malaysia, Brunei, and also most of the countries in the Middle East. So that was the reason mostly why these countries set up sovereign wealth fund, is so that they are not too dependent on the fluctuations of these commodities, and so they can diversify the income that the country gets. So what they do is they take the income from, for example, oil, they put it in the sovereign wealth fund, which then invests in many different areas and sectors. And then when that returns come back into the fund, then it's being channeled into, it could be your infrastructure development, it could be for your welfare, it could be for anything. So government spending for the people. So that's kind of like the basic idea of sovereign wealth fund. So a country like Norway has done pretty well in the sense that it is the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. And it's very diversified. It's invested in a lot of different, I think, just in the US alone, it's about over 5,000 companies. So, it's really got its roots everywhere. And interestingly, about the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund is that, so obviously the beneficiaries are the Norwegian people. And based on that, just on the returns, I think at one point in time, it probably was 2 years ago, so it might not be the most updated stats, everyone is considered a millionaire already. They can assume themselves to be a millionaire based on the income of that sovereign wealth fund for the people. So that's because it's got very transparent processes, very strict legislation as well. But then if you go and look at maybe in developing countries, the sovereign wealth fund is really mainly for infrastructure development. So your mega projects like your highway, your public transportation, and your public works basically. And that also generates income because it gets people employed. But one difference that we probably see more often than not is in terms of the level of, I suppose, transparency, and also the legislation in a way, right? So in a way, you could see the difference between how the sovereign wealth funds are being handled in that sense by looking at the income and looking at how much money that is being generated by these funds that's actually being pumped into the economy and for the people. So on one end, you have the really successful story of the Norwegian wealth fund. On the other hand, you have the failed story, which is Malaysia's 1MDB. So I will leave it to you to go and do your further research, because I think if I were to go into it a bit more, I'd probably have very biased opinions.
Yeah, no, we're not supposed to be a political forum here.
Exactly. It is a bit of a touchy subject for all Malaysians, you would say, but I mean, it would naturally understand. But I thought of just giving a bit of a primer of what exactly a sovereign wealth fund is supposed to do.
That's super cool, especially coming from you, because you have so much experience. And just to make sure that everybody understands that In Malaysia, they had issues, but this is actually something positive because the issues were uncovered. There are so many
Yes.
countries in other regions of the world where exactly the same things are happening and no one talks about it because, hey, they control the media and everybody is covering each other's back. So in Malaysia, they did have a national discussion, which is not a very pleasant one. And I'm saying that as a Brazilian who pretty much had in my country the biggest corruption scandal in the history of the planet, right? The car wash investigation. So I have been following things in my country, and I can very closely relate. But Dharsha, thank you so much for joining us. I hope we can stay a little bit longer. We're going to have a short break now because Jan Brekke is already here. And his session starts in 10 minutes. So we have 10 minutes of a play break. And what we found out last time is that it's great when the speakers join the teenagers for the play break. I have no idea what they're planning to do now. Last time they had jigsaw puzzles and charades. So Sanyan, the floor is yours. How do you want to run your play break today? And Sully.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
Sun Yan. Woo!
thank you. We have the same games as last month. We'll start off with Scriblio. Oh, except the what's that? The N-chambered game, because most of us already done the N-chambered game, and if we do it again, we kind of know what puzzles there are already.
We have to explain to everybody here again what Scriblio is and how you play. What is the link to join, so that they will join you there.
Okay, so Scriblio is basically like charades, but you basically just draw, and then you basically have to guess what the other person is drawing, and then you type it in the you type it in the text box. So yeah, I'm sending the link to you guys now. There's this ad that is blocking me from getting a link.
Yeah, so he'll be sharing that in the group chat, and then anyone who wants to play charades can join the Scriblio session, and we should all be back in 9 minutes so that Jan can start the session. Yeah, so the link is now there. Please be back in 8 minutes now. Jan, if you want to join them there, you're most welcome. All the speakers are here, Regine and Wei Ling, you can join them to play.
Thanks so much, Marcelo. Cool.
So since we have limited time left, we'll probably have 2 rounds only. Is everyone gonna join, or is?
I joined.
Yep, we're gonna join.
Yep, I'll be here too.
Okay, that's great.
Did you know you could?
Okay, I'll start the game first, but then the people who are still joining can still join.
Yeah, I just joined.
Yep. Yeah, you guys can still join during the game. So there's a text box down there, so you guys just have to guess what Areg is drawing. Areg, you have 25 seconds left. And if no one guesses what you drew, you basically get no points. So the more people, the more number of people who guess your drawing, the more points you have, and the faster you guess the word.
But that was such a difficult word.
Points.
Oh, it's very hard. I was going to say Swiss cheese because he painted yellow.
So Brazilian nut. Is that you, Marcelo? You have to choose a word. Yeah.
I didn't get a word. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they picked it for you. So you basically have to draw now.
That is super hard.
What?
Who is Joe?
I'm Joe.
Oh.
Who's YT Speedy V?
That's me. That's me.
Oh, Mark. Okay.
Yeah.
I finally got one word.
Lenses.
Sully left somehow.
No, I got kicked out.
Oh, because it says it in the chat.
It's funny. I guessed it in the very last second, so I got the lowest number of points. So it's really time related.
Oh man.
That's a very good drawing.
Wow.
Are those humans with chicken lips?
With beak, yeah.
Oh. I thought they were like Chicken Man or something. Oh gosh, that's horrible. Okay, everyone guessed the word. Okay, great.
How did everybody guess that?
Guys, I have 1 minute.
40 seconds. Oh, okay.
Oh, Sanyan, you're the boss. You kick them out of here.
There's no way of kicking people out. I mean, ending the game. So I guess everyone just close their tabs.
You just tell them. That's what a boss would.
Please close your tabs.
And go back to the. You know, Ole now realize that you can see the number of letters the word is supposed to have.
Yep.
That is pretty bad. So, Jan, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fantastic. So, welcome.
Thank you so much. But I didn't join the game because where did I see the numbers? Sorry, I didn't get the game.
There's a link. Then you have to open the.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay.
Those people drawing, and you're supposed to guess, and I didn't even realize myself that there's a hint in the number of letters the word is supposed to have. So I was just guessing random words. So yeah, living and learning. See, learning from teenagers. That's an example right there. So guys, if we all back, in fact, we technically never left because you all stated the audio connection with Zoom. I've known Jan now for what, 5 years or more? Like we met in Budapest in this event related to the World Economic Forum, but not really. Just there having fun for a weekend, a lot of different activities. Jan is based in Germany. He is working with Singularity Consulting, and as I promised to myself, I'll keep those introductions to a minute. Just let you introduce yourself, and thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a bit more about what you do and how you heard about WAY and why you decided to join us here today.
Thank you so much, Marcelo. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, my name is Becker. I live in Munich, in Germany, and I'm a leadership consultant. That means I help managers and executives to do a better daily job when they are leading other people. And that means I do a lot of coaching, and I'm also helping companies to build a better corporate culture, and I explain later to you what that is. I would like to talk to you today about two topics. One is purpose. The second one is leadership in itself, because it's a topic that I love. And you probably all have heard the word purpose. And I don't know, when I was your age, I had no clue what I wanted to do. I had no clue at all. And I come from a very provincial town in northern Germany, pretty boring. I would say, a pretty bad pupil, nothing special at school. I was okay, but I was pretty bored. And what changed my life, I was with the German Sports Association in Japan for 5 weeks. So through my sports exchange that I did, I had the opportunity to travel through Japan. Do we have any Japanese people with us? It doesn't seem so, more from China as I see. So this trip of 5 weeks changed my life completely, because for the first time in my life, I really got a special interest in something that said, okay, I want to live later on in Japan. I would like to understand the language, and I would like to fully understand this country, because this culture fascinated me. And I would have probably, if I would have come to China or something else, maybe it would have caught my interest as well. But I really loved what I saw there, and I really loved let's say the culture, the special culture in Japan, because people, it's a group orientation that they have. This is why I caught fire. The second one at the same time happened on 17, 18. I wanted to study business and economics, but I wanted to combine this with psychology. And although I had no clue what it is, I thought there must be people who take care of the atmosphere in companies. And the word coaching didn't exist at this time, but I thought there must be people to take care of that and to help to improve the atmosphere. And this is why I studied at the university after my business administration studies in Constance psychology. What I didn't know was that they had the most interesting internship, the most interesting scholarship at all for Japan. So each year, one student could live and study in Japan, live in a host family, and really concentrate on the language. And I got 2 times the scholarship. It was a coincidence. It was fate. I didn't plan this, but this again changed my life because I had the opportunity to really study the language there, work there, and it was pretty expensive at this time. This was more than 20 years ago, 22 years ago. At this time, Japan was so fucking expensive. Nobody could afford it. So I was pretty lucky with the scholarship. The second thing was, I then, after I finished all this stuff in Japan, I lived in other countries as well. I would say I had a manager career myself. I was working for big corporates like Daimler. I was working for a big Swiss bank. And they, after I had lived in Switzerland and have built up a recruitment center. Recruitment means choosing of people for the company. I was sent to New York to head leadership development for the US market. And I was, this was the beginning of the financial crisis. It was a very interesting but extreme time. And I learned a lot at this time. But what was interesting for me, I mean, within these 15 years in bigger corporates, this dream that I had about finding the future of leadership, combining psychology and business administration, came true. It really came true. I was lucky, but I followed this dream pretty early. And the second one was, as I mentioned, I really was fascinated by cultures, and bringing these two together, it was a nice way of emergence, I would say. It's a slow movement. But what I would like to introduce to you today, when I was your age, it would have been easier for me to find out the purpose, how to develop this. And I would like to introduce a certain concept to you that helps me a lot when I'm doing coaching today. It is called Ikigai, and it's a Japanese concept. And I try to share my screen, if this works.
I have to make you a co-host. Just give me 1 second.
That would be great. Yeah.
Yes, you should be able to share now.
Nope. Can you see it now? Nope. Can you see this picture of Ikigai?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So this has 4 topics, and it would have helped me early on but if I would have seen this. And I use this concept in all my coachings today with managers. It is the first part of Ikigai is, what do you love? When are you completely in a flow? When you do something that other people think, boy, this is cumbersome and this is tough, etc. And after, you will love it. You are in a flow. You enjoy what you are doing completely. The second topic is what is important. What are you good at? What do people? Let someone entry. What do people say about you where you are especially good at? And this sometimes is not the same as the topic as what you love. The third one is what the world needs, meaning maybe you have an irrational drive into something where you think, I have to take care of this. To me, it is, besides leadership and cultures that I'm interested in, I'm very much driven to bring more people and especially kids into education. And this is why I work pro bono for foundation. I'm doing lots of projects in Myanmar, in Burma, where we have now built 80 schools, and we have 300 scholarship students that we help. And I'm 3 times a year, I'm there in Myanmar building up the schools, and I have a special drive into that. So what does the world need from you? You will find it out. And the fourth one below is the reality check for everything that you have collected until now, what you love, what you're good at, and what the world needs. Do the reality check what you can be paid for pretty well. or somehow good, what do people finance you with? It could be that you love knitting, or that you love to do fashion, but it might be that others can do that cheaper than you. So do the reality check regarding that. To me, Ikigai brings some answers, but another answer, what your purpose is and what you want to do in your life, is a question that I ask nearly all my coaches in the first session that we are doing. Meaning, what should people ask? What should people tell at your 80th birthday about yourself? What kind of speeches should be held upon you? What should they mention about what kind of character you are? I don't like the question is what should be written on your tombstone. It's a little bit too drastic. So let's have a little bit more lightness with that and enjoyment. So what should people tell about you? And then you will find out what your purpose could be. Stopping the sharing. How can I do this? I stop, yes. So this is something that would have helped me early on to finding out my purpose. So what else am I doing? As I said, I'm coaching managers. I'm also very much interested how the future of leadership looks like. And I have done a study with the World Economic Forum with the Global Shapers. Some of you might know them. The Global Shapers are talented young people like you, below the age of 30, who have already achieved a lot. So, and I have done a study with 107 of them out of 57 countries to find out what do these talented people have in common, and what should we understand about leadership. And this is something I would like to share with you as well. I try to show this again. Can I share again?
Yeah, it should be fine. Your co-host.
See, I'm so bad at this, Marcelo. I'm so sorry.
Hey, we are all learning here.
I'm learning all the time. Can you see it now? It's called Singularity Leadership, this graphic. Can you see it? I hope so.
Yeah, it's a little bit too big for the screen, but you can see most of it.
Okay, then I talk you through it. So what I found out of this study is, first, I mean, it's a no-brainer. We need the different intelligences, and we are at the moment just using the logical and mathematical and analytical skills. And what comes up in the future much more is the topic of feeling, empathy, intra and interpersonal skills. Intra means I understand myself. Interpersonal means I understand others. And I found out that the topic of passion and curiosity is something that all these young leaders have in common. What we find out, Marcelo and I, and people who are a little bit older, when you meet people at graduation parties, I mean, 20 years later, etc., the ones who made a career were not the guys who were the best at school. Very often, these were the guys who are outperforming at learning agility, curiosity, and passion, because they are very fond of what they are doing. And also, spiritual intelligence means to have a connection to your own body. This is something that came up also regarding mindfulness in the last years. Another important topic are communication skills, what makes a good leader. And everything that pays into, do people follow you naturally despite hierarchy? Then you are certainly a great communicator and probably a good leader. It means it has to do with presence, with clarity. How can you give inspiration? People who are interested in creating meaningful relationships are very good at creating strong bonds. And this has a certain drive. But everything that pays into creating natural followership helps massively. Another topic, again, the learning agility that I mentioned. It needs to have, for good leadership, intercultural openness. It needs really living and being change, to have a fierce focus. and to create a big picture. And the topic that is on the right-hand side below, it's called modesty mindset. So I would say 20, 30 years ago, we had more ego-driven leaders. Today, and also in the future, I see that most of the better leaders are very good listeners, are pretty mindful, and they are more modest. We call this also confident humility. That means they have a confidence, but a humility in what they are doing. And everything of this pays also into singularity skills. We need tech savviness, we need exponential thinking. Platforms are important, that you have a competence really to build up something bigger. Just to mention this shortly, this is something I wanted to mention to you regarding future of leadership. And I would say I stop here and let you ask questions regarding the topics of purpose or leadership, everything that you want to know. Also, it could be regarding what is a coaching practice. I'm here to answering everything that you're interested in.
And that could be anyone, like participants or speakers. I mean, I'd be very curious to learn more about how you got into coaching. But if anyone else has a question, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi John.
Hi.
Super nice to hear from you, and it's really cool that you know, you work in so many different kind of industries and companies before you started your own consultancy. So I'm just curious, you know, what made you, you know, decide to find your company, and why name it Singularity Consulting?
Yeah. First, I did this 5 years ago. I was for 15 years in bigger corporates, and I had cool positions. I mean, I was with General Electric, what was a great company. I was heading the learning and development for Europe for the 90,000 people. But I felt that I'm not in the middle of what I really want to do. I felt that I'm not so interested anymore. And status and hierarchy and money is not my primary interest. It is a hygienic factor for me. So I was bored. And what I love to do is, most of all, having close interactions with managers and helping them, typically in a one-on-one setup, sometimes also in workshops. And I realized I can't do that anymore. So this is why I left the corporate world. And today I would say I'm at 99% self-fulfillment. So, I mean, coaching managers, at the moment, I have 2 bigger cultural change projects for big corporates. One is the biggest energy company in Germany, and helping them to find also their purpose. The second one that Marcelo was asking, how do I get into coaching? I think I had my first coaching education when I was with Daimler about 15 years ago. No, longer. It's 20 years ago, shit. 20 years ago, and I certainly had some other education. So I'm doing this for about 18 or 20 years or so. But to do this alone, I mean, with my own business, is just for 5 years. And I certainly also coach sometimes team heads or so, but most of all, these are board members or senior vice presidents of bigger corporates.
Awesome. And why? I'm not sure if you explained just now, but why? Because your company has a very interesting and cool name, which is a Singularity Consulting, if I'm not wrong. So what does singularity mean?
Say it again, please. What other?
What does singularity mean?
I'm sorry. Very good. So singularity can mean that one event has a huge influence on other events. The second is, singularity can mean technically that artificial intelligence is stronger than the human intelligence. And so it's a little bit futuristic. My company is called Singularity Leadership Consulting, meaning from this leadership model that I invented, finding the way to better leadership for a better world is, I would say, is the purpose that I'm interested in, because I've seen so much bad management and leadership, and I have a strong drive to change that, because I want to bring more people into their, let's say, to their purpose, but that they can enjoy work. And I see so much fear in bigger corporates and so much disenjoyment or less enjoyment. And I think we spend so much time when we work. We should love what we do. This is what I hope and that I can bring to the table.
Wow, that's really cool. Really, yeah, very meaningful name. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
We now have to pass the torch to our next speaker. So Jan, thank you so much for sharing. In fact, both of you are in Germany, so maybe you're just 5 meters away from each other, living in the same building. I don't know, but yeah, Vaita is also based there.
Who is also in Germany?
Ich bin in Deutschland.
Hi.
Hi.
It's a very British name. So I connected with Vaita via the Horazes conference, because we're both supposed to be speaking there, and she's working with super cool technologies related to hydrogen fuels. I never had really the pleasure of meeting her in person. I don't want to take away your time, Vaita, so I'll let you introduce yourself, the work you're doing, and you're very, very welcome to come. And thanks again, Jan, for joining us today. Feel free to stay for as long as you want and join the other sessions as well. So all the best.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you, Jan. I have a question as well for you, but maybe I ask it a little later. So hello, my name is Vaitea, and I'm one of the co-founders of Enapter. Enapter is a young company. We started in November 2017, and our vision is a world where fossil fuels are no longer burned. And the way we achieve this is by replacing fossil fuels with hydrogen. So hydrogen is a clean energy source. Sorry, it's not a source, it's an energy vector actually, but that can be created from our renewable energies. So I'll get into the technical bits a little bit later, but I do wanted to keep this a little bit more story-based to move into why hydrogen and what is it actually. So as I said, well, as Marcelo introduced, I'm now living in Berlin. I moved here 2 years ago. And before I moved to Germany, I studied in Montreal. So I did my university studies in Montreal. And after 4 years, I realized I love the snow. I'm a skier, but I'm a little cold. Maybe I travel and explore the world, see what else there is. I knew Europe, I knew the United States, but I had never been to Southeast Asia. So packed my bags and I decided to go to Thailand. It was my first time there and I landed in Chiang Mai. Essentially what drew me there was the love of nature, the culture. I was extremely curious to see what was going to be there, what adventure would await. And one day on one of my explorations, I ended at the footsteps of the world's first solar hydrogen home. It's called the Fiswea House. Maybe someone has heard about it, maybe not, but if you haven't, then we will come back to it a little later. But this is a bit of my journey. Didn't know about hydrogen and then ended at the doorsteps of the hydrogen technology. Hello. So before I moved to Thailand, I never really thought actually about where my energy came from. I was highly conscious about energy saving, carbon emissions. I created environmental clubs when I was in high school. I joined campaigns in the United States to preserve our forests. I knocked on doors to collect funds, but I never actually thought about the source of energy. Where does it come from? How is it made? How far does it travel? I just switched on a light and then I knew I had electricity. I was fortunate enough to have that access to electricity, but I never really thought about the distance of electricity to my home. I might just want to show you just a little graphic, just to visualize it as soon as I become technological adept as well. Okay, no. Maybe I can just explain it as well. Okay, I just explained it. It's okay. So, see, Jan, it's across all generations. We are all still learning. So the concept that I wanted to show is basically, so electricity, before it becomes an electrocarbon, essentially most of our electricity today comes from fossil fuels. And unless you're coming from a country where fossil fuels are being extracted, it's going to travel a very long time. The supply chain from electricity to us is very long. There's the extraction of fossil fuels, there's the cleaning up of the fossil fuels, and then you also need to transform it, transport it, and then transform it into electricity. And then it has to go into the transmission grid, and then it has to go into your local grid, your community, and then finally it gets to your home. But for example, in Germany, the whole power network is the length of 3.5 times the distance from Earth to Moon. This is Germany. So imagine what it could be for other countries. It's a crazy number. When now, you know, we are starting to think of other options to generate energy on site and not so far away, and we use it every day. So this was just one side, right? This is electricity. We can also think about this in the sense of where does the oil from our car come from? It's a bit of the same story. You know, it has to go through a lot of different processes. It has to travel on a boat to then arrive to us, or sometimes it's a pipeline that goes through many countries. But it's basically not created where we're like using it. So more and more now we are shifting towards towards alternative energy sources, right? We're realizing this is not sustainable. There's a great movement, and it's so good to see the younger generations now. Maybe when they hear me, they're like, Vaitea, come on, you should have been knowing this much earlier, but at least finally you know it now. So what I wanted to bring today, some questions, right, that we ask ourselves is, well, like, renewables are amazing. They're great, but they're not available 24 hours a day. What can we do to have availability of, how can we use solar energy when it's nighttime? How can we use wind when there's no wind blowing? And also, part one of the question, or the questions that we ask ourselves on renewable energy availability. But the second part of the question is, solar electricity is great. Can I power a plane by storing solar electricity? Can I use green electricity and replace my fossil fuels in industry? Can I make cement with just green electricity? So our power sector, our energy, sorry, our sectors of consumption of energy are quite broad, right? We have power, which is electricity. We have mobility, we have heat, and we have industry. And a lot of them can use green electricity. They can use renewable energy. However, there's a lot of them that also need another type of energy. They need another source of energy, which is why they've been using fossil fuels all this time. And so fossil fuels is a hydrocarbon. Green electricity, it's an electron. Electrons, unfortunately, are not very compatible with ships, with planes, and with the whole industrial sector, because those need a lot of energy. And batteries, if we were to use that as an energy source, they'd be too heavy, basically. So I think we're pretty much now ready. We've laid the ground of what our options are and what could be an alternative. And so one of the alternatives is the hydrocarbons, and a green, clean hydrocarbon is hydrogen. Essentially, hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. It's our #1 element on the table. And it can be made from two simple things: electricity and water. So water, as we know, is H2O. And the role of electricity here is that a clean way of producing hydrogen is to pretty much zap the water with electricity, and the O and the H2 will split. So this is called water electrolysis. It's a simple experiment that a lot of us actually do in school, where we have a battery, we have the two wires on the plus and the minus, then we put it in water, and then we see the bubbles fizz out. And the side that has the most bubbles is the H2, because we have two H and only one O. So when we think of it at a much larger scale, we can start creating much more hydrogen, not only with the battery and the small experiment, but to actually power homes, to fuel cars, not only cars, right? Ships, planes, and also to use it in our industrial sectors and also heat homes. So remember the Pisua house? This was my introduction to hydrogen. And my co-founders actually are German, and they wanted to live self-sufficiently, completely off-grid, and use solar energy, hydrogen energy storage, so that they would have long-term energy independence. Some batteries as well. Both technologies are complementary, but hydrogen is great for seasonal storage, long-term energy storage. And this is how I was introduced. And 2 years after I met them and had created a communication collaboration platform of the Pisua house, it became a lighthouse project. And then we had the chance to co-found Anapter. And so Anapter stands for Energy Adapter, because what we want to do is to waste no renewable energy, and rather to transform it into hydrogen and then use it in any sector. So we're adapting to our energy needs. So one of the use cases for hydrogen is our homes, for example. There are homes in Germany, there are homes in Sweden, in the US running on hydrogen. But as mentioned earlier, why do we believe that hydrogen can really play a big role in decarbonizing our future energy world? Is that it can also be used in the mobility space. So how does this work is that you can have on-site production of hydrogen where the refueling station is. This can be for company cars, for example, but some of our use cases are quite cool. I feel like we're getting a bit of a glimpse of the future. We're seeing hydrogen drones fly, for example. And so what we do at Anapter is that we create this device that creates hydrogen. So we will have the green energy come in, and then our device is a stack essentially where there's the electricity that goes in, the water that goes in, and hydrogen comes out. And so our partners are using this to refuel their hydrogen drones, for example, but they're also using it to refuel snowmobiles. And most recently, we're very proud to announce that we are the partners for the first hydrogen plane that is being developed in the UK and had its first flight earlier this week. So planes are also in the making. This is a small passenger plane. We're not yet at the Boeings. We're just the huge, large commercial flights, but the first steps of hydrogen aviation are being made at the moment. And what's important here to know is that the only emission when a hydrogen plane flies is water vapor. That's it. Another use case as well that we have, for example, in the Netherlands is residential district heating. And here we have our electrolyzers stacked in a container with the fuel cell, as well as the storage tanks. And these are providing heat for buildings in, so it's in Rosenburg, and it really was a proof that hydrogen works. We did it with a certification company called DNVGL, and it really showcased, okay, now we can actually start shifting towards hydrogen. Why is hydrogen great for heating? Is that we already have the existing infrastructure. Natural gas, hydrogen, they're not so different. One's clean, but we can use the existing infrastructure to already heat our homes and switch from one to another. And finally, the industrial sector, which is, I don't know, growing up, I never really thought about where fertilizer is being made, how is cement being made, what about glass, all these different industries that in the end we are end users of down the line, but how were they made in the first place? And surprisingly, hydrogen is being used in a lot of these different processes. And instead of using hydrogen made from fossil fuels, now we can shift towards hydrogen made from green energy sources. So we are seeing today governments, countries are putting in place the right framework for green hydrogen to be more widely adopted. So this is good that at least there is a momentum from the public sector as well. Coming from the private sector, our focus is really to scale the production of our systems so that the prices come down and that it can be cost competitive with fossil fuels. So I think the three takeaways or that I wanted to share, or at least the main messages that I had from my story was that I wanted to share that we shouldn't be afraid, that we should be brave. I didn't know Thailand and I traveled there for the first time, and I also didn't know my co-founders, and I thought their project was very interesting, so I knocked on their door and introduced myself. So be unafraid, be authentic, and great things will happen. And the other takeaways were to start thinking of what is the source of what we use, of our food, of our textiles, and of our energy, and also to start thinking about what could our future energy look like, and hydrogen could play a role in it. So thank you very much. I hope you learned something new today, and feel free to ask me any questions.
Hi. Just now you mentioned that you can get hydrogen through electrolysis, water electrolysis, but doesn't the water electrolysis take energy also?
Mm-hmm. It does. It does. So for example, our system consumes 2.2 kilowatts. And so of course, there has to be an initial electricity source. However, when there is excess renewable energy, for example, in Australia, right, there's a lot of sun, and we couldn't even use all the sun that is shining in Australia. So instead of letting the sun just go into the solar panel and then there's no more space in the batteries, or there's just no need for the electricity in the moment, this is where our system can come in place and be like, ooh, extra energy, I take it. And then I transform it into hydrogen, and then you can use it whenever you want, because hydrogen will never lose energy density. So it's too much electricity, because instead of wasting it, you use it and transform it into hydrogen.
So it's using the extra energy from all the other clean energy sources to make hydrogen, which is a clean energy source.
Yes, so that's one use case. When there is too much renewable energy, then it'll be transformed into hydrogen as an energy vector, because you cannot, if you plug hydrogen into something, nothing will really happen. It's holding energy, but then you need to transform hydrogen into electricity via a fuel cell. And that's the element that will convert it. But there's not only there's not only a creation of hydrogen via excess energy projects, let's say. There are also some dedicated facilities for on-site production of hydrogen, for example, to use in the mobility space or to use in the industrial space, because they need a lot of energy. So once we get out of the consumer side or the residential or the community side, we go to high consuming energy sectors like mobility or industry. They will dedicate space when they choose to shift to hydrogen, just for creating hydrogen and not only using excess.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. I actually have two questions. First one is, so basically, when it goes to electrolysis, there's a first excess of oxygen, and then when let's say it goes through, like the hydrogen is used for like a car, plane, or ship, whatever. What is the reaction that turns it back to water?
Okay. So for the first question, sorry, I was taking a sip of water. Maybe I totally missed your question. But did you ask me what happens to the oxygen?
So no, sorry. What is the reaction that turns it back to water? And also, second question is, if you're holding hydrogen, isn't it expensive to hold a gas, or will it be liquefied? I'm not sure.
Okay, good questions, great questions. So the process of turning hydrogen into electricity is called a fuel cell, actually. So fuel cells have been out for much longer than electrolyzers in the sense that they've been commercialized for much longer, and they're being developed in different sizes. So depending on how much energy you need, you will have a different size of fuel cell. And this is what is on board mobility. So it's like planes they don't have a motor, they have a fuel cell, basically. It's the same for cars, it'd be the same for drones, for example. And so this is the device. In terms of storing, you raise a very good point. Storage is expensive, it can be complicated, and if we're going to need a lot of hydrogen, where are we going to store it? If we think about it in the mobility sector, for heavy loads or long distances, hydrogen holds a great case, because the alternative, if we're thinking about electrifying mobility, would be batteries. And the thing is that batteries take a lot of space. And when we compare the energy density of hydrogen with, okay, well, now we're going to compare it with fossil fuels. With fossil fuels, it has 3 times more energy density than fossil fuels. So it's a pretty quick win of like, okay, well, obviously, if this is clean and has 3 times more energy density, it's great. And when we compare it to electricity, the difference here is actually on the weight, because gas, and especially hydrogen, is the lightest element. So you can put a lot and compress it to 700 bars, for example, and get much more fuel than you would have enough space for batteries. And that would be heavy, which is why we can't use batteries for planes or for ships.
Okay, thank you.
But you mentioned a lighthouse project. It's worth explaining what a lighthouse project is. It's not a term, but it's very, very useful.
Absolutely. So a lighthouse project is like a lighthouse. So we've got the it's the first it's the first project basically that shows to the world, sheds light on hello, this is the reference of how, for our case, solar and hydrogen can be used in a residential setting. So it shows to the world an example of something that works, and also, in our case, invites others to come visit the house, to come understand how it works, to see it in real. So we actually had quite a lot of schools in Thailand visit us to really understand it, to see it. And so here we play the role of being a reference point and shining light on the possibilities of hydrogen.
Very cool. And the other thing is that I guess I can mention that you're Forbes 30 under 30, right? So how did that work? Did you get a nomination, and did your life change significantly? And how can you now fly using hydrogen because you're Forbes 30 under 30? What are the superpowers you gained by being nominated?
Superpowers. Ooh. So no. How did it happen? We were fortunate to be nominated by a university. It came by surprise, actually. We got the email from the Forbes community that said we had been nominated, and then you go through a sort of interview process. You go through several interview processes, and then 4 months later, you get the news. So it was actually fun to do it with my co-founder, because we were 3 co-founders, which is the owner of the Pisua house, and his son, who had designed the whole microgrid, and myself. So we're both the under 30 co-founders. And during the interview process, every time we realize how opposite personalities we have and how complementary it is to founding a company together. And then getting the news 4 months later, he was the one actually who announced it to me. I was in a train in Germany from Hamburg to Berlin. The connection was horrible. I couldn't see the news, but I just got on a call with him and I was like, wow, this is amazing. It felt really good to get the validation and to get the support as well from the Forbes community. Since then, since the news, with the current situation in traveling, it's been a little tricky, but they've done a really great job to shifting events and meetups online. And I would say that the greatest benefit so far has been joining a community of really hardworking individuals who are online the Slack channel 24/7, and you can just ask any questions and someone will come back to you based on their experience. So it's a variety of experiences and a variety of interests. And there is a community, there's a vibrant community in the United States. So time zones are, sometimes you have to juggle with them, but it is superpowers that I've gained would be access to international knowledge and a diverse diversity of fields.
And is that, do you have an app, or is there a kind of a logged in website where you can exchange those things and have private conversations? What is the structure they have? Because I'm asking out of curiosity so we can copy some of those things here as well.
Sure. Yeah, nothing so fancy. I think actually they have an app. I think they launched it recently, and it's an app that complements their Slack community. So I would say if you are launching a community, I'm in the different communities like the Cairo Society in Europe, which is also an American, has an American chapter. This is, yeah, it's basically like under 26 co-founders is for Kairos. And then I feel like Forbes is like is the next level. And both of them are using Slack channels. So I think that would be the best thing, actually, to keep it narrow, not to have the app. I feel like no one really uses it, to be honest. Like, it works, but people are used to the Slack environment. People can connect more directly with the Slack environment. So I would recommend using Slack, and then just having different channels based on topics, ask and give. We can go into it if you have any questions.
That's good. Any more questions? I think you can go on for a few more minutes and then have a shorter break again this time. What do you guys say? You can pick anyone you want from the list and just put the light on them, the lighthouse. Pick one and say, hey, Jan, you're also in Germany. How come you're not driving a 7 Series hydrogen BMW yourself?
I'm curious, maybe if there's anyone in Asia joining, perhaps Ineke Catherine Naoli, if you had ever heard of hydrogen in your country, if it has popped up in the news or not. You're muted. But I really appreciated that I could see you. That's why I was like, okay, I can ask you.
Sorry, I was talking to my husband. But yeah, I haven't really followed the news on closely on hydrogen. But both my kids were asking questions earlier, and they're like really super interested in this topic. So yeah, I don't have anything to comment for now.
Mm-hmm. Feel free.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Why are hydrogen cars so expensive?
I know. It's like, as consumers, it's like, come on, I wanted to, but I can't. It's expensive because it's still, I don't even want to say that, give the excuse of like, it's still early in the days of manufacturing hydrogen cars, but it's true. It's true in the sense that, how does business work, right? There's supply and then there's demand. And right now there's a little bit of supply. There's a growing supply of it, but there needs to be also growing demand. So it's a bit of a difficult situation out there, I think, for fuel cell auto manufacturers. In Korea, in Japan, I think they're really pushing the adoption rate. And how they're doing this is because governments are coming in, they're stepping in and saying, okay, if we would like to support you in buying a hydrogen vehicle, so we will give you a discount. They give you an incentive, basically. So they give you some money so that you pay less for the car. But I would say that it's the hydrogen industry is still has been around for a while, and it's been seeing like hype, and then it just goes under incognito. No one hears about it anymore. And now finally, this last like 5 years, it's kind of coming back up, and then we're realizing, okay, it's going to stay now. so there will be the prices are here now, and they will go down as the industry picks up. But it's different factors from a technological standpoint, from a demand standpoint as well, and different actors need to come together to create the market and to make it more affordable for us as an end user to say, okay, now I'm switching to hydrogen. But hydrogen buses are coming out quite a lot. I see them a lot in the UK, for example. In Germany, they're running as well. So maybe you won't maybe you'll ride on a hydrogen bus before you ride on a hydrogen car.
Okay, thank you.
How long do you think it'll be until like hydrogen, the usage of hydrogen energy would be like a norm, or like majority uses it?
Good question. Good question. Every day I wake up and I was like, let's do it tomorrow. So you can see different speeds taking place in the world. Japan, as mentioned earlier, has as a vision and a mission to be a hydrogen society. So they are quite advanced in implementing hydrogen in their all their activities from an industrial standpoint, mobility standpoint, and also the home standpoint. So some houses have a fuel cell in their homes, and the hydrogen is being delivered through the infrastructure to their home directly. So you can already see hydrogen as more or less a norm in Japan, but it's not all the islands are running on hydrogen in Japan. So it's still quite early, but you can already see it much more adopted than you would, for example, in France. So countries and states are moving at different speed. If you look at the United States, for example, California is the most advanced state in the US, where they're rolling much more on hydrogen, and they're trying to encourage more adoption. So we have our climate goals, right? By 2050, our temperatures cannot increase more than 1.5 degrees. So we have clear goals of what we need to do and the time frame that we have. So the main barrier today of green energy being adopted is how much it costs to create green hydrogen. So the only way we will have more adoption of hydrogen is for our devices basically to be less expensive. And this is why we want to produce more and more and more, because then it's the concept of economies of scale. The more you produce, the less expensive it gets. So once we, as an industry, scale the devices that produce hydrogen, then there will be more hydrogen. It'll become more of a norm. To give you maybe like a date, our aim is not 2050. 2050 is way too late. Our aim is 2025. So we are working all the time in a healthy way to realize this. And so this is when I would hope by 2025 that it is a norm. At least in the developed countries, to lead by example and to also maybe give a bit more room for the developing countries to still use the fossil fuels that they haven't used as much as the developing countries have, and then shift towards the clean energy transition. So hopefully 2025.
I have one last question. In the last NeoWAY, we actually spoke to a person, and he said that solar planes has just been invented. And people have been researching on solar power probably much longer than they have on hydrogen powered things. But which one do you think will be like the most used in the end, solar or hydrogen?
Excellent question. Which one will it be? I think they will both have a use. It will depend on the distance and how many people go on this plane. I believe that solar planes will be a great demonstration and a great use for short distances and a couple passengers. I can definitely see them already flying, and also, I mean, I almost want to say I wish private planes could all go solar. And then, but anyways, but so I would say short distances and small amount of passengers, I would see that going for the solar. And for the hydrogen, it's the industry is just starting, right? So they're making history at the moment by having their first flights. But as they grow, I would say that they would go into maybe longer distances and more passengers. But let's see. We both get to watch who wins this race and how it goes. I'm not sure, but I'm also just as curious as you to see how it goes. So this is my assumption.
All right, guys. So we only have 5 minutes for the break. Shall we make a jigsaw puzzle with a hydrogen car, for instance? If and all the other speakers still here, you're most welcome to join in the game. You know, I don't know if you saw the last one we had, but Sanyan just posted in the chat jigsaw.
Oh, nice.
So we assemble a jigsaw together.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
And the audio of Zoom stays, so you can use it to communicate.
Wow, I haven't done this in such a long time. But I remember the tricks, find the corners.
We should have some background music here. Anyone wants to play a tune while we're playing the jigsaw? Any top hits about hydrogen in the rock parade?
Actually, you know, maybe this is like one way of just to raise awareness. Maybe we should go into into music as well.
Find some Korean K-pop band talking about hydrogen cars and planes.
Have you found this yet?
I'm sure that's nicely, and they'll do that if it gets them more fans, they'll do it.
Start requesting this on Instagram.
I'm looking for a hydrogen song.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm curious to see what you'll find.
Yeah, hydrogen.
Why not put the periodic table song, but keep on restarting it so it goes like hydrogen, 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 because it's the first element.
Table, you come first, the most important element in the universe. Your name is hydrogen, and even though you're small, you're the most important element of all.
Aww.
You only have one proton in your nucleus, and one electron you can lose to become 1 plus. Your name is hydrogen, and even though you're small, you're the most important element of all. You are bound by nuclear fusion in the sun, giving rise to other elements, but still you're number 1.
That's surprising.
2 of your atoms bond to form a molecule, a gas which ignites in air as an explosive fuel. Your name is hydrogen, and even though you're small, you're the most important element of all. The product of this combustion, you should know, is another molecule called H2O. Your name is hydrogen, and even though you're small, you're the most important element of all.
Oh, there you go. That was unexpected.
Wow. I think please send this to me. I will send this to my colleagues. Be like, guys, this is our new theme song.
Because we have our next speaker, Ryan's here already. I don't know, Ryan, can you hear it?
I think I can take over now.
Yes, I can.
Oh, Ryan, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm here.
We're assembling a hydrogen car, I believe, but this is not going to be done in 1 minute. So my suggestion is that we leave the puzzle for another occasion, and we go back to the session with Ryan. But then again, Sanyan is the host, so you decide.
Yeah, we should. But by the way, it's not hydrogen cars. It's just a bunch of taxis.
Let's just assume they're hydrogen taxis for the sake of it.
Thank you.
There are lots of hydrogen molecules in the materials used to build a taxi, so technically, yeah, you could pretend that there's some hydrogen there.
Painting a vision of the future, Marcelo.
All right, so I'll do a quick intro. Ryan, thank you so much for coming in last minute. We had this cancellation yesterday, and he very kindly made the time to help us out so that we wouldn't have a gap in the programming. And it's super interesting, actually, because we just have Jesus Encilada. I just joined as well. You're both from the Philippines and you both work with education. So it's almost like the two of you should have a 40-minute jam session together on education in the Philippines. And Ryan is in the US now. Jesus is back home. So I'll give you guys the torch. So Ryan, the connection we have is via the Global Shapers community again. Thank you so much for joining us, and please introduce yourself. We're trying to keep those intros short.
Sounds good. Thank you, Marcelo, and I'm very happy to be here. Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan, and today I'm actually going to share the secret of finding your purpose in life. Profound, yeah? And I'll do this by telling you a story of how I found it. Marcelo said we've met at the Global Shapers community, and I'm also an Ashoka fellow. Ashoka is the oldest and the largest community of social entrepreneurs, which is a hint. Yes, I found my purpose in social entrepreneurship. And but I want you to think with me first for a second to a time where you first answered the question, what would you want to be when you grow up? Can you think of that time? And if you can help me by sending your response to that question in the chat box, I'm very curious. What was your first response to that question? Let's do this. In the chat box right now, please, if you can. I can wait.
I can send some suggestions as well, just to give an example. Just give them an example of what you'd like to see in the chat box.
Well, if like the answer, many of people like answer the question to be like an engineer. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a doctor. So this is a question you normally ask when you're in kindergarten or somewhere, right? So like, what would you want to become when you grow up?
Yeah, I'd say you can suggest something different, as in be a fire breather in a circus. So anything goes, right? So guys, be creative.
Exactly. There's no right or wrong answer to this, to be honest. Like Sun Yan said, like he wants to be a fireman. Well, the purpose of this question is like, at a very young age, we're actually taught to dream by helping us answer this one simple question. And I'll tell you why our society is asking the wrong question to children. But my answer to that question growing up is actually I wanted to become a medical doctor. The reason is that I see being a doctor as the noblest way that I can get myself and my family out of poverty, while helping humanity. And it was not only my dream, it's actually my family's dream. In fact, it is the dream of my village. I come from a very humble background. I'm the youngest of 10 in my family. Both of my parents are farmers, and we grew up in the province of Sultan Kudarat, where it's also the conflict area for terrorism in the country. So my parents, neither of them finished high school. So life growing up is pretty tough. To give you a better picture of what I'm talking about, my impossible growing up is getting a new pair of slippers because I can only get it once a year during my birthday, and sometimes my parents have to choose between eating their dinner or saving it for our breakfast, right? But my parents, not having formal education, believed so much in the power of it, and with their prayers combined with our hard work and through various scholarship, we were able to finish our studies. In my case, I completed my pre-med and graduated with a bachelor's degree in medical laboratory science. And when I passed my board exam and I got my license, I knew I was already one step closer to my dream. Then a sad reality hit me because I was diagnosed with an incurable disease, which in countries like the Philippines, it can be a death sentence to your career. Why? We are one of the few countries in the world that requires you to undergo medical testing and submit a medical certificate as part of your pre-employment procedure. Um, and that being excluded in a workplace, it made me realize that if I can get excluded in the workplace despite graduating with flying colors, then chances are thousands of people go through this, systemic workplace discrimination on a daily basis. And and I wasn't wrong. And now, since nobody decided to employ me, I decided to employ myself and started my own company with a mission to break down employment barriers and to leave no one behind. In Virtualahan, which is the name of the company, it's a combination of the word virtual and a Filipino word eskwelahan, which means school. So technically, it's a virtual school, and we've been doing online learning even before the pandemic happened. And we are working with persons with disabilities, single mothers, recovering drug addicts, indigenous people in the community, even persons inside a prison, and other disadvantaged group that our society failed to include, primarily because of the stigma and discrimination that is attached to our conditions. And what we do is we provide them with digital skills training, and most of these are skills that directly translate to employment without needing a four-year college degree. And these are skills in digital marketing, in data science, website development and design, and other emerging technologies, and that will lead us to the fourth industrial revolution. Now, employment support is something that we also provide. We provide life coaching, and we empower them to build communities. But what is unique about our impact formula that is now being replicated in other areas of the country, but as well as in other communities around the world, is our focus on intersectionality and well-being. So many programs and trainings provided to these individuals does not work because we've neglected a very important component, and that is on helping people in restoring their dignity, um, and helping people go through the healing process that they have to go through. Many of us just skip that automatically. I want to get a job. And that's why many of the programs are not really sustainable by design. So Virtualan also has become our safe space to rediscover ourselves, to unleash our potentials, and sometimes also helping our community find their purpose, find their role in making this world a little less complicated or challenging. Now, my point is, life is complicated and it might not always go as you planned. Like when you were asked the question, you want to become a fireman, right? Mine, for example, is really with poverty going up. I have to carry a disease for the rest of my life, but that also taught me resilience. You know, I started a company with a zero business background, but has created over 400 jobs for people who our society deemed to be like not worth of their investment. And the model that we built is now being used to address youth refugee crisis in Baghdad and Mosul. It even reaches to Sri Lanka, to Panama, and the United States. It brought me to places like the United Nations headquarters, made me speak at the World Economic Forum annual meeting for young champions in G20 and many other like events that I can never imagine that I would be even talking, like just knowing where I came from, where less than 1% of the people actually were able to flip the poverty pyramid. But fundamentally, I think our society asked us the wrong question. The question should not be what do you want to become when you grow up, right? But rather, we should start asking ourselves the question, kids, we should start asking kids the question, what problem would you want to solve when you grow up? I believe we have a better chance of finding our purpose by asking ourselves the question of what we don't want to be. I mean, it's difficult and sometimes disappointing to focus on what you want to become. And sometimes it's also difficult to really know what you want. But every day we are faced by realities that can shape what we don't want to be. Like we just need to use our power of observation. In my case, I don't want to see a world where people are denied from jobs because of their medical conditions, because of their disability, because of their former life. I want to wake up in a world that embraces me and my imperfections. I don't want to live in a world where people have to choose between food or education. No, I want to contribute in building a world where people have the opportunity to actually take control of their life. So now my question to you is, what problem would you want to solve? And thank you, and may you find your purpose. And if you do, reach out to me and tell me about your story, or come back to NeoWAY and share your story. So now ready to accommodate your questions if you have anything specific.
Question they can, which problem they can solve together is even better, right? Now that they can meet in this kind of
exactly.
How can someone in Alaska help someone in Davao? You know, it's also one of the advantages of being in this very curious pandemic times and learning that we can communicate and link the Philippines with California, with Singapore, and make new discoveries. So that's it's funny in the sense that this is a problem that I had, or we all had. How can we have this outreach to people in different places in the world that is easy and fun? And the NeoWAY program is one of the possibilities, just one out of many. But I'll let you guys ask any questions. And Jesus will be starting in 7 minutes, but you guys please ask it whatever you want. And Jesus, just feel free to join and ask questions and make suggestions. The floor is yours. And if no one asks a question, you can just pick one and say, "Hey, you," just pretending you're having a conversation on the street, and that's basically it.
Well, I can totally do that, and maybe I can actually ask Sunyan, um, with what you are currently experiencing and what you observe about the state of our world. Is there any particular problem that you think you gives you enthusiasm to actually solve? Sunyan?
Um, Wait, let me think about it. Can you pick someone else first?
It's a profound question, is it? What about Regine? Regine, do you have something? Or Inika, perhaps?
Gives them some time because they are all in mute. So the lag is a bit longer than usual.
What about Michelle? Am I pronouncing it right? Michelle Notari?
Well, Michele, I'm a bit more than 60.
Michele.
But still, you know, the thing that the question remains actually, you know, how to make this world a better place. And I think with your initiatives, you did a lot of things which are really going toward this direction. And I'm in the sector of educator. I'm an educator as well. And of course, I think you mentioned educating, especially also in the regions where education is not something which is ubiquitous and all over. That is one of the most important part to empowering people to go their own way and to do the things they're really passionate for. And that, you know, these are two elements which are relevant. So it's not a question that just I give you a lecture on that. That's not what you're supposed to get. But actually, for me, that are the two major things. So I think as you did as well, you worked on that area. This is the things to go for. And yeah. I don't give you a question back. I think there are too many questions to think about, but yeah, we are both working on a similar area, and I think we have similar beliefs of how the things could turn around for a better way. Thank you very much for inspiring teach, by the way.
Thank you, Michele. I think, yeah, Inika, do you want to share something?
Yeah, sure. I can tap on Michele. I was born and raised in Indonesia, and I always noticed that the country is very divided, and it's a bunch group of people is easily influenced, and I always believe that's because of the education system, because of the history of the country. A lot of people who are in power actually believes that if we don't do or if we don't provide a good education for this bunch of people, then we can just easily influence them or they'll stay at low labor. So I always believe that education is a big problem, or the imbalance of education in the world is always a big problem, because it divides people, it creates perception, and it could go into a lot of other things that is deeper than that. So that's my point of view.
Thank you for sharing your insight, Inika. I saw Tan unmuting himself or herself earlier. Would you like to say something? I'm really like taking on my educator hat and trying to facilitate the conversation. But yeah, I think nowadays we are being faced with very, very challenging social problems. And when you come to look at the root causes of it, you can actually like point it down into how we actually educated our previous generation. And now it's up to us as educators, but as well as our young people, into how can we revolutionize that so that we don't make the same mistake over and over again. Why can't we start asking ourselves the right question this time? And I hope that my story and the insight that I shared this morning can trigger some profound realization for you. So thank you so much, Marcelo, NeoWAY, Michele, thank you so much for having me here. Over to you and to our friend from the Philippines as well, Jesus.
Well, thank you very much again, Ryan, for your presentation. And actually, maybe you have time to remain, because I was chatting privately with Jesus before, and he said, yeah, he's very interested about what you are doing, and maybe you'll find something in common, or for sure you find a lot of things in common. Jesus has been the teacher of the year, and not just in his school, but worldwide. So I think you have a common ground of discussion. Let me see, Jesus, are you already here? Just to introduce yourself, he is not only a teacher, he is a supervisor of a school, principal of a school in Panay, that's a little island in the Philippines. And from there, he did a lot of important things. His education background, actually, he tries to promote culture-based education. And let me see whether he's here, because we had some issues. Yeah, Jesus, I can see you. I give the stage to you. Please unmute you and take over. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for helping us to promote your idea. Jesus, can you talk? You hear me? Your microphone is muted. Yes.
Yeah.
Here.
Nice to meet you all, and it's been a delight, a pleasure for me to listen also to my fellow Filipino, Ryan, in the person of Ryan. And it's very inspiring to listen to success stories like that of Ryan's. And hi again, good day everyone. And I would like to introduce first myself. I'm Jesus Katigan Insilada. I am a teacher in a public high school in one of the remotest places in my island. The island is called Panay Island, and I'm from the province of Iloilo. Right now, I'm in the capital of, I'm in the city for me to have a better connection. I am a teacher of an indigenous cultural community here in the Panay Island, and we call ourselves the Panay Bukidnon. In the Panay Island, we have two identified indigenous cultural communities, and these are the Panay Bukidnon, or the mountain dwellers, and the Ati, or those indigenous cultural communities with dark skin. And I've been a teacher for more than 15 years, catering to IT learners. Just like Ryan, I have also a very humble beginning. I could still remember my childhood days. I have to walk for more than 2 kilometers in going to school, and that is more or less 1 hour and a half or so. And I have to walk along the rice paddies, because our house then was at the center of the rice field, and I have to hike in going to school, because we had no roads, we have no transportation from home to school, and vice versa. But of course, I really wanted to finish an education, because my older siblings were not able to finish an education. They were either elementary graduates or high school undergraduates, and they were not able to get a degree. And being the sixth sibling out of 9 children born to farmer parents, I was really very determined to get a degree, for me to prove that the poverty, okay, this is very cliche, but I would like to say that the poverty is not a hindrance to success. I was able to finish a degree, and I'm very thankful to my very supportive family, especially to my older sister in the person of Biding, or Nereza, who was there really to support me in getting an education in our local college. My sister, would tell me that I could take any course available in our local college, because she cannot support my education, and she cannot support me if I'm going to go to college in the big city or in a faraway town, being a beautician in the local salon. So my sister would tell me that I could get a degree with her. Even though I don't like the degree, I could have my second degree after I have finished my education, and I could support myself. So I enrolled in a local college, taking a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Education. And I believe that I'm really destined to be a teacher. By the way, my ethnic name is Igtaman. That means something has so much to share. Igtaman. So among us Panay Bukidnon, we have our ethnic name, and that is what we call Patama, and that is really aptly given to us. And I live by my Patama, which means someone who has so much to share. And as a teacher, I believe that I have so much to share, and I could really share myself, especially my inspiration, my inspiring stories to my fellow IPs or indigenous peoples, because it's very inspiring to see them also strive hard to finish their education. And I think that one of the most important lessons that I could share to my IP learners is my life story itself. It is a story of determination, a story of hardship, and a story of overcoming the challenges in my life. Right now, I am a living testimony that wherever you're coming from, you can be someone, you can have a place under the sun. If you just persevere and you just believe in yourself, and most of all, you believe in God, that something will really happen in you. I just can't imagine how I was able to overcome the hardships I had. I have told you that I have to walk, I have to hike from home to school, I have to skip meals just to be able to attend my classes in the afternoon. Whenever I could not have my packed lunch, I will just skip my lunch in order for me to attend, or else I will be late with, or will not be able to attend my first or second periods in the afternoon if I have to go home and then spend 1.5 hours just for one way. So I have to skip my lunch if I was not able to pack my lunch. So I have just to contain myself with my hunger so that I could attend my classes in the afternoon. I have so much hardships when I was a student. I have to help my parents in the farm during Saturdays and Sundays so that I could support myself, also pay my school fees and other miscellaneous fees in schools. So I have to support myself. That is why I'm very thankful. I really appreciate my sister who really committed herself to support my education all the way from high school to college, telling me that, okay, just focus in your studies and I will be here to provide and to help you. As my sister, as a local beautician in the local salon, as a beautician in the local salon, you know that, beautician or manicurist or pedicurist or yeah, someone who works in the salon. Um, and uh, and gladly, I would be very happy to share with you that I finished my degree in 2000, and right after my graduation, I was able to hurdle the licensure examinations for teacher. I was able to teach in our own community school, serving my fellow indigenous learners, my fellow indigenous peoples, the fellow members of the indigenous cultural communities. And I think that my greatest contribution to my community is to serve as their inspiration. My life story could be one of the best lessons that I could tell them, telling them to persevere, to work hard in order to reach their abode destinations in life. Right now, I am a school head, a school principal, and at the same time, the focal person of the indigenous people's education in my school's division. And I think I am destined again to become to handle the program, the special program on indigenous peoples, because this is my time to think about the programs, projects that would really include, because our battle cry as indigenous peoples is inclusion. Education is for all, and I always highlight this idea with my fellow educators, parents, and also to boost the morale of the indigenous peoples that education is really for all. And in the face of the pandemic, education must continue. And we have our IP Ed learning continuity plan, and it's always the IPs that we that 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 we value in our special program, which is the Indigenous Peoples Program, which I handle right now in our schools division. And across different places in my area, I would always be invited to also inspire my the youth of our indigenous cultural communities. And I always share how I overcome my hardships, and also and of course, to inspire them that no matter how hard life is, we can always overcome our obstacles in life as long as we are determined, as long as we have faith in God. And we need always to boost the morale of our indigenous peoples, because most of the time they feel inferior. And that is always my mission, to always highlight the idea that they can be someone. They are special. They are special. They have something to do in order to uplift the plight of their families, of their communities, and of course to contribute to a nation building. We need to have programs like the IP Ed, or Indigenous Peoples Education, in order to encourage our Indigenous peoples learners to always do their best, to always share what they can do in order to improve the condition of our communities, especially the indigenous cultural communities where they belong. And and I always emphasize that being an indigenous person, or being a part of the indigenous cultural community, is a privilege. It is a blessing, because in my own story, I took advantage, or I am very proud of my being an IP, and I use it as an edge to shine, to overcome my shortcomings, to always boost my morale. I was telling myself that my indigenous name is Igdaman, and that means that I have so much to share. And every time that I feel demotivated, every time I feel pressure, every time I feel weak and discouraged, I always go back to my indigenous name, my ethnic name, which is Igdaman, that I should always be someone who has so much to share. And these things that I could share could be inspiration, could be encouragement, could be motivation, especially to my fellow indigenous peoples, to always do good, to always do, not just do good, but to always do his or her best in order to contribute meaningfully to the community and to the country and to the world in general. I think that's all, and I'm very willing to answer. I would gladly answer if we have questions coming from the participants.
Thank you very much, Jesus. So I give the microphone to the teenager. Do you have any questions? Something to you want to know about his life, or about Jesus' life, or his initiatives?
Yeah. Maybe you would like to know more about culture-based education. Maybe you would like to know more what I do for inclusive education. And maybe you're intrigued with what I'm wearing right now. Maybe you like the colors of what I'm wearing right now, and maybe you want to know more about this.
Well, I think, we have just the example, you have a couple of our teenagers around you, and then you inspire. That's actually your job. What would you like to give them? Like, if they feel like, I don't have inspiration, I don't, just me or the participants here as your targets, like, how would you inspire them? I think that's your job. That's the thing you're really very good at. What you do with your pupils when you feel, they don't feel empowered, they don't feel, I don't know, they think they don't have any future or whatever. Just try to do it with us, please. I'm happy to see that. How you do it, how you perform, what you give them exactly, just as one example. Maybe.
Okay, as a teacher, I always highlight how rich our culture is, and I advocate culture-based education for them to be confident about themselves, about their identity, about their culture. We need to integrate the different aspects of culture into our lessons so that they could always see the relevance of what they are studying in school. And I think that's one way to inspire the students to learn more to learn new knowledge by anchoring the lessons or the tasks on the familiar things like their culture. And I think that is one way. And I always encourage my fellow youth to always share their talents. I always give platforms for them to shine, to participate in the different activities where they could showcase their talents and their abilities as indigenous peoples.
I think you just not share just verbal. I think you're part of your initiatives is like also like having motion, having dances, having like sort of really games, and learning these elements. I think this is one thing which is also in the modern pedagogy very important, and I think you practice it, and I think that gives the confidence to your students to have like this empowerment to go their way, to focus on what they want, to their passion, and embed all the things together. I think that's also something that you are really promoting in a very good way, and that's why you won also this very.
That's right. I think it is very empowering to teach basing on one's culture, basing on one's reality, because that is when they could really feel inclusion, inclusivity. When we talk about themselves, when we talk about new knowledge, we always anchor it with their culture and the things that they are very familiar with. I think that is very empowering. As for me, I feel that that is very empowering to make every lesson very relevant and culture based. And as an example, now to give you a concrete example, when we talk about math, many of our youth would say math is a difficult subject. Many would say they don't like numbers. But when we are going to integrate the study of mathematics with the patterns, for example, mathematics in the patterns of this traditional embroidery, then it will be very interesting with my students. I have tried to teach about arithmetic sequence or other arithmetic concepts using the patterns in our embroidery. And I think that is one best example, not to talk about mathematical concepts using the things that are very familiar with them, be it in our embroidery patterns or in their everyday life there, which are considered as part of their culture, their identity, and their life ways as a people.
Well, if there is no question from the audience, I have just one last question for both of you, actually, for Ryan and for you. We have we have a community of young people, of teenagers, which also want to be engaged in sort of like trying to help or trying to connect. What would be the best way you think that these teenagers could participate to your community of students or to the teenagers there? How could they connect? How could they help? How could they contribute? You have any suggestions or any channels or any information related to that? How could they do
that? So in this time of the pandemic, we're always capitalizing on technology. We make use of the online platforms in order to communicate, and I think we could have an array of online platforms where we could communicate. Of course, I have my FB account in the name of Jos Adalisni, JOSADALISNI, and they can reach out to me through that FB account. And of course, through that, we could communicate and decide on how we could collaborate. Our students back home or our students here would like to connect also with students from abroad. And I think once we have tried that, wherein our students could talk to other young people from other countries virtually, and I think they could exchange a lot of ideas about their conditions, about their aspirations, and about possible collaboration that they could do or we could do through the intervention of online technology or applications. I think I would be very happy if someone would like to reach out to me through my FB or Facebook account.
if you agree, we'll publish your Facebook name on the YouTube channel, so it's visible there.
Yeah.
I have actually a question from Jay Sokute from the YouTube channel, and then I just read the question to you. I think to both of you. In this time, COVID, how will learning take place in your place now that the Department of Education is pushing on distance learning, given that not all has internet and gadgets? So I think you partially answered, but maybe you have other, you can give a precise answer to Jay Sokute. He or she joined over the YouTube channel.
Can I answer it first?
Sure, yeah, go.
Okay. So what we are doing right now in the face of the pandemic, how education continues here in the Philippines through the Department of Education. Right now, we are in the process of finalizing our learning continuity plan. And in that continuity plan, we have our plans A or options A, B, C. And talking about distance learning, we could not only have one modality, we could not only have one platform, but we could have many choices. Here in my school, specifically in my school, we are going to adopt distance learning by focusing on modular scheme modular scheme with a little of online, because internet connectivity is not that reliable. So they can also use in communicating with their teachers, the students or the learners could make use of SMS to their cell phones, or maybe they could call, or maybe they could make use of their social media accounts like Facebook, wherein they could use the messenger. So when we talk about distance education, it does not only mean that we can deliver instruction through online only. So we have other modalities like the printed module. They could also have the electronic copy of the module. If internet connectivity is not that good, or maybe in some areas face-to-face could be allowed, but in my country, talking about the context in my country, the president has pronounced that we cannot have face-to-face unless there is already a vaccine. So plan A would be distance learning with zero face-to-face, but we are going to make sure that everybody is included. Again, the term is inclusion. Everybody should be catered to with the modality that we are going to use. So specifically in my area, we'll be adapting distance learning by focusing on print module scheme with a little of online communication or distance or remote communication using cell phone and other technology. So again, I want to make it very clear, especially, this is always our discussion with the parents that who worry much about acquiring a new gadget or having to install internet connection. I think it's not the only option. We could always decide what's best for our learners, and we are going to decide collaboratively. We are going to decide as one. We need to communicate always with our stakeholders on what we can do, so that we could always highlight inclusion. We could always highlight education for all, which is the battle cry and the global advocacy of the UNESCO of the United Nations. Thank you very much, and that is only
very much. Actually, yeah, thank you very much. Also, Jesus invited me to have a presentation at his school recently, and I was really impressed also about really the eager and the interest of the teachers who are willing to implement, to keep on teaching, even in this difficult situation of the pandemic, and even though the students and the teacher themselves, they don't have really the opportunity, because they don't have network, they don't have gadgets, as you mentioned before, but try to deal with this low-tech situation and try to maximize the way that actually the goals can be achieved as well by through using the specific method you mentioned before and others as well. So I think also for the community here, if there are some participants from overseas, from wherever they hear this channel, please feel free to contact directly Jesus or to contact me, and I will be happy to bridge this this communication and help out with the needs you encounter in your community right now. Thank you very much to you for this presentation, and I hope we will keep in touch for sure for the initiative you're doing, for what my interests are, and I think everybody is happy to having you here, both of you from the Philippines. That's the end of the session. For today, we will meet again in a couple of hours. So Jesus, if you find time, I know it's going to be late for you. We will have a next session tomorrow morning, or sorry, tomorrow again from 3 or 4 o'clock your time on, and tomorrow evening again. So feel free to join and to participate with your contribution. And thank you again, and see you soon. Bye-bye to you. I think that's the end. We don't have any game. Or we have an outgoing session. I think Sun Yen can take over for the closing game session for the teenagers.
Yeah, exactly. This is the end of the session for the European and Asian times. We have another session for Americas and Europe, which is too late for the Asians, unless they're Sulitan, who stays awake until 6 in the morning to join every single Neo session as she did last time. And Jesus, thank you so much for joining. I know the person who was the teacher of the year before you. I can't recall her name now. She was from London, I believe, and I met her in London and in Davos as well. So it's really great the work you're doing. I met Sunny Varkey as well in Davos when he was organizing the session last year. And my suggestion is that we get you to join or just stop the session here because we're going to the game break. But what I would suggest is that you join our LinkedIn group that has all the participants, the parents, the volunteers, but also all the speakers, right? So if you look at our website, you can see all the speakers that I had before. Many of them have joined the LinkedIn session. So if you like to start suggesting partnerships and asking questions, this is a community for the speakers as well. So it's always good to have fresh perspectives, and who knows, maybe you'll find someone you'll be working with in the future and through this kind of community extensions that we're trying to build. So thank you again for joining us, and congratulations again for amazing achievement, and all the best in the future.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, so now it's Sanyan, please. The game session, and Jesus, if you want to stay and play with the kids, you're most welcome to stay as well.
It's technically supposed to be how to create a LinkedIn account, but since all of us are
so come up with some
alumni,
games and maybe finish the jigsaw, create a new jigsaw puzzle. Because you guys don't have any limitation in terms of time. I can play for half an hour, for as long as you want.
You guys want to play Scriblio or Jigsaw? Okay, Scriblio. Mark's wants. Is everyone else okay with Scriblio?
Yes.
Okay, let's play Scriblio. Just give me some time to add